Shalom Israel. Hope everybody's doing well today. Shabbat Shalom. Shout out SOW Virginia Kazakia, SOW Houston Quatazop, and SOW Rochester Zion. Hope everybody's doing well today. We're back at it, another Shabbat. We're going to get going and finish up Nehemiah today and get into this eventual evolution into the Greek Empire. But before we do that, we're going to send our prayers.
Just the brothers.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Nothing
Award. Zayawam. The water. Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us the light this day. Thank you, so be it.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Nothing Rayak. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
Imagine upon your Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Nothing Shabbat. Shalom. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Psalms 121. Anasya,
Anasya,
Ayanyamya, Ohaya, Ma'aya, Yabu'a, Isaiah, Yabu'a, Ma, Yahweh, Sha'isha, Shemayim, Wa'aratiza, Ya'a, Yonathan, Lamawat, Ragalia, Yala'a, Nawam, Shashamaya, Ana, Yala'a, Nawam, Wala'a, Yashan, Shashawamar, Yashwala, Yahweh, Shemaya, Yahweh, Tazaria, Ayo, Yamyanya, Hashemas, Yala'a, Hakaya, Bayawam, Wala'a, Halabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashimoya, Nakol, Rai, Yashimor, Napasha, Yahweh, Yashimor, Abalakia, Wabu'aya, Ma'itha, Wa'ai, Amen.
Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yasha'Allah shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. Amen.
Israelite Credo. Shema Yahshua, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yahshua, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yahshua, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Echad.
Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Lord's Prayer. Abanawa, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodesh, Haya, Shemka, Yahweh, Malak Wafka, Taba'at, Ratazaka, Haya, Aisha, Wa'aratiza, Kawa, Haya, Bashemayim, Netananawa, Lachom, Kol, Yawam, Wasalachano, Wafino, Kasalachano, Wafino, Wala'at, Tabiano, One is one, Abo, Abashano, Mayan, Right, Haya, Lakab, Amalakwa, Waha'ara, Wahatapara, La'ai, Bologna. Amen.
Lord's Prayer in English. Matthew chapter 6 verse 9. After this manner therefore pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen.
Ten Commandments. La'ayahaya, Laka, Alahaya, Akaya, Ayo, Panya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'a, Thina, Laka, Masal, Wala'a, Ibada.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'a, Talachucha, Sham, Yahweh, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakor, Hayawam, Hashabah, Laquadash.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad, Abaka, Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'a, Zawatiza.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'a, Thana'a.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'a, Tagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'a, Ta'ina, Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'a, Ta'chamat, Khor, Asherah, La'raika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Nothing
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
Israel Yeshagim.
Everybody seated?
Alright. Put this back here. You know, last week we went into we dealt with the class concerning how long does it take before Israel starts to fall apart, and kind of just leave the momentum, the positive momentum that we had. We had 12 years of being on point with good leadership, and with Nehemiah's guidance, we were on point for 12 years. And then it took 2 years of Nehemiah not being there, or leaving back to Persia to fulfill his responsibilities in Persia, for Israel to sit back here and just completely fall off the deep end. And it shows, when I read this, when we read these scenarios, it just shows us the importance of leadership, the importance of accountability, and how if the leadership doesn't maintain their discipline, then everybody else pretty much has an excuse to feed their lust and to pursue their own interests. And after Nehemiah left, and don't forget, when Nehemiah was there, he was hated.
Yeah.
It's not said in so many words, but it was almost like there was a combination of Nehemiah pushing Israel to strength, while simultaneously being hated for pushing the people to strength.
And not giving people connections, and not open the door for connections with financial benefits that come from nations outside foreign finance.
That means everybody had to just find happiness serving the Lord. And what you find out when Israel starts getting the knowledge, and you get past the pomp and circumstance and the pride and the ego that comes from having some breakdowns and knowing some Hebrew, then you realize what this is really about. And a lot of Israel isn't content with just serving the Lord. A lot of Israel wants more than that. And this is what we're reading with Nehemiah. There was stability, there was peace and harmony for 12 years straight. He leaves, and everybody says, forget this peace. I want something out the deal. I want to live my life. I need something. I want something. I want to make some money. I want to live more comfortable. What I see when I read this is there is a peace, and the nations weren't disturbing us, but there's a fine line between the Most High's idea of peace and our idea of peace and happiness.
Right.
And
There is a fine line between that.
Yeah,
Yes.
and that's distinguished by sometimes the national blessings or the on a nationwide scale. How that's not enough for me to see everybody benefit.
Yeah.
You know, I gotta have an individual victory in my pocket, and I gotta see things work in my favor.
Yeah.
And so there's always this struggle between what the Most High likes to see is everybody benefiting and everybody having an equal footing on prosperity.
But I gotta explain that. When everybody has an equal footing, that means the people at the top got to lose something.
Well,
Everybody got to lose, not just people on top, but everybody got to lose so that everybody can gain a little bit. And that trade-off angers people. In order for everybody to be taken care of, then that means people that have the opportunity to get more have to forfeit their opportunity to get more so that other people can have things. But keep going. I just want to kind of expound on what you're saying.
yeah, that's always the dynamic and the struggle between what the Most High wants versus what we want. We want sometimes we need an independent victory. We want to see the Most High utilize us and how can my wisdom benefit me on a personal level versus on a national level. And that's the struggle. Is we're watching Jerusalem flourish when all hands are on deck and everybody's involved in the participation of making the nation work. But then where does it start to split at?
Yep.
Is what about me?
Yep.
What about what I'm losing out on? What about I don't have any victories? Okay, I see the nation benefiting, but what about me as an individual? There's always that struggle of that individual victory.
Listen, I saw it perfectly with my daughter's basketball team, high school basketball team, right? There's this girl on the team that has decent talent, but she's got some of the best talent on the team, but she has a very bad attitude. So if her shots aren't falling, she's not supporting the team. Wow. She sits on the court, she sits on the bench pouting and stuff. If her shots aren't falling, the teammates aren't getting nothing. But if her shots are falling, good girl, good job, good shot, good job. And I'm like, that's Israel like a mug, guy. If that's not Israel, I don't know who it is. If I'm winning, then I can be a team player and support everybody else winning. But if I'm not getting what I want, then I'm going to pout and soak about what I'm not getting, despite anybody else finding success in what they're going through in their life.
We fade to black.
Yes, we do.
And that's what we do when we're not getting personal joy.
Exactly.
Personal satisfaction out of what we're doing. It's not enough to see everybody winning. That's my point. That's not enough. You know what I'm saying?
That's my point. The person that came off the bench scored 10. I'm not going to root for her because I got pulled out.
Because I couldn't get my 10.
I didn't get my 10.
I wanted my 10 too.
I wanted my 10 first.
Yeah.
I wanted my 10 first. Then you can have whatever is left in the scraps.
Yeah.
That's the mind of the Jew.
Even if you lose, that person's still like, well, I had 50 though.
That's my point. You're just a super teammate losing my 50 because you got yours, huh?
As long as you got mine.
That's the point. That is the nature. That is our people in their 20s, their 30s, their 40s, so on and so on. If I get mine, it's about the brotherhood.
Yeah.
And the sisterhood. If I don't get what I want, this ain't fair.
Yeah.
And this is what's being exposed once Nehemiah leaves. Because a real leader finds happiness in the fact that the body is sustained. Everybody is covered. The structures and the goals and the task are fulfilled.
Yeah, I'm fulfilled as an individual because I appreciate that people around me are in a good condition. But then if my condition is not comfortable, then you know what? I got to make a move and put Israel at liability. I got to put Israel in a position where they're vulnerable to get something from me. It's like the spirit of Achan.
Yeah.
You got the Babylonian garment for his benefit, but now the nation of consequence had to do what? Had to die in battle. People had to die in battle for him to get that garment. We do the same thing. Esau had to lose his birthright to get that fleshy want. And Israel to get what they personally want, the nation has to lose their relationship with the Most High.
And this is why we make it so hard on brothers to get leadership here. You're not going to sit back here and think you can make personal selfish plays. Put yourself first and think, is going to be tolerated with the Most High or leadership here. Because if you can't understand that it's not about you, and if you have to force the course of a river to get what you want, then you weren't supposed to get it. And it wasn't meant to be. And a lot of times, we're always put in a situation where in order to get what you want, you got to compromise your integrity. You got to compromise right from wrong. You know the move you're going to make. You're operating in this gray area. You're operating in this gray area to get what you want.
Yeah.
And this is what everybody in life has to face. This is what the Jews are about to endeavor once Nehemiah leaves. You can get what you want, but at what consequence? Some other people got to get defrauded. Households got to get ruined. People got to get taken advantage of. People's lives have to be destroyed so I can gain something. And Israel, without proper leadership and shepherdship, always choose, well, you know what? It's on them. If they lose, and then they lost, it was on they got caught slipping.
Not my fault.
It's still that ruler, that animal rule of the streets. I'm going to sit back here and take advantage of a weakness that I see to get what I want, despite who I affect.
We complain about capitalism, that it's a dog-eat-dog society.
And we hate how Esau does that.
We can point out Esau and point out, look at his capitalism.
And how he takes advantage of the black man. The black man gets used and taken advantage of.
We hate that. But we are capitalistic amongst ourselves.
In the streets.
Amongst ourselves.
Listen, every R&B song is that. Isn't that capitalism? I took your girl. Oh, you was a slipper. She shouldn't have went to the club.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, oh, what about kid? Don't bring it to the club. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah. The girl is mine.
Yeah. Listen,
no,
it's okay in the streets to do that, but the white man's bad for doing it. Come on, bro. I'm going to take your block. It's the same thing.
Esau does it better. We get mad.
He does it better. We're just sloppy and low level about it.
He didn't have rules. He made just on paper.
We're doing a low level.
We thought it was cool in society when he caught him slipping at the burger joint in the drive-thru.
We like that.
Oh, he got him, B. He got him. We don't like it. We don't like it when Esau sits back here and systematically keeps us destroyed. That's cruel.
And accepted on certain levels.
Bro.
It's hypocrisy is what it is.
It's hypocrisy.
Yeah.
It's okay that I can sit back here and take advantage of my people. And that's cool. That's just me coming up. That's me hustling.
I robbed the plug.
Yeah. It's horrible. I robbed the plug. That's what I'm saying. That's okay. You're like respected for that. But if you sit back here and operate, and when Esau operates in that, oh man, this white man's the devil that the Bible speaks of. Whoa. We're full of crap. We are so full of crap, it's ridiculous.
But I did the same.
I do the same thing, just on a low, minor, whack level.
Yeah, my deceit was just a lower level, more crude, more primitive form of deceit. Or Esau just did a intellectual deceit. Like white
you know what we do? We borrow, hey, bro, let me get $10, but I got 20 in my pocket. Mama borrowed 10 from you.
Exactly. Deceit.
Yes, it's a low level. It'll be low level hustle.
That's real low level. Like, okay, bro.
Or that 3-card money on those low level games out in the streets of New York and stuff like that. They got these cards. I took you. Here. Where's that? Yeah. Oh, you lost, G. You lost. I got your money.
Exactly.
What's that? That's wisdom. That's smart guy stuff.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm just trying to explain how we try to hustle and take advantage of people. And what the Most High does when he sees that in us, he just brings a bigger fish to swallow us up. Yep. And we're going to see that as class progresses. So let's go to Nehemiah chapter 13 and verse 19. We read from 1 to 18, and this chapter really sucks. And it's crazy that in this book of Nehemiah, all this work that Nehemiah put together damn near was meant for nothing. And the chapter ends with Israel going downhill. And honestly, if you're going to sit back here and historically read throughout the Bible, Nehemiah is like, in this order, you see Nehemiah is actually before Psalms and Proverbs and all these verses, but Nehemiah is actually one of the last books in the Old Testament. Nehemiah and Malachi. So we're going to bounce these last chapters and blend it in with the Josephus. Okay? So, Nehemiah 13 and verse 19, I'm Karai. Let's get started.
Karaya, Shah Shabbatah, Bana Shah, Bana Shala.
Kariah, Shah Sabbath, Bana Shah, Bana Shah, Amajim. What? Yahweh Hashem Yahshua.
Yahweh Shem Yahshua B'Kathon.
It was a different pitch, huh?
Excellent.
I'm working on it, man. I'm working. I still need you to show me how to do it, man. How to change the pitches out.
I'll show you after that.
That's what I want to get to. Oh, Nehemiah 13 and verse 19.
Nehemiah chapter 13 and verse 19. And it came to pass that when the gates of Jerusalem began to be dark before the Sabbath.
Matter of fact, give me read verse 15 because we're still talking about the Sabbath. What's that at verse 15?
Nehemiah chapter 13 verse 15. In those days saw I in Judah some treading wine presses on the Sabbath, and bringing in sheaves and lading asses, as also wine, grapes, and figs, and all manners of burdens, which they brought into Jerusalem on the Sabbath day. And I testified against them in the day wherein they sold victuals.
This was such a bad thing because if we didn't give the Most High one day to think about him, we wasn't giving him any other day to think about him. If we couldn't give the Most High, we couldn't stop what we were doing for one day to think about the Most High. You think they were having class Monday through Friday, and then they got caught up on Saturday and did some work? You think that's what it was?
No.
It wasn't that at all. It wasn't like they had some 4 to 5 day regimented days where they were in the book studying and reading. No, they weren't doing nothing for the Most High 7 days a week, 360, I should say. Nothing was being done for the Most High at all. And this is why the Most High was so upset about us treading the wine presses, gathering grain, getting ready to work, because there was no day set aside for the Heavenly Father at all. Read on.
Verse 16. There dwelt men of Tyre, also therein.
The men of Tyre, or Tyre, depending on how you want to announce it or enunciate it, they're the ones that are off the coast near Israel. They're on the coast. They're Canaanite of origin. And obviously they're in a seaport, so they have access to all the fish. Okay? Fish and other different other Tyrians, Zidonians. We're going to read in a couple weeks from now about how they were high. They were like the merchants of the entire world. And they were the ones making a lot of money off of trade of golds and spices and different type of slaves. The whole nine. They cornered the market. Anything you wanted, they were the ones who gave it to you or got it to you. Okay, so this is why the men of Tyre were known for getting people what they wanted. They were salesmen, merchants. Read verse 16.
Come. Nehemiah chapter 13, verse 16. There dwelt men of Tyre also therein, which brought fish and all manner of wares.
So nations were coming in also.
Yeah, and making their money. They were getting into the city of Jerusalem, bringing in their fish. You know, they probably had their fish in ice, loaded up with ice.
Or salted.
Or they're salted, and they're selling it. And Jake is buying and selling. They're making their money. They're hustling.
You got Abib on every corner.
Yep. You got Jacob the jeweler everywhere.
Yeah.
It was always the Jacob the jeweler. Israel would always want to sit back and deal with the nations and buy.
Johnny Dames on the corner. Man.
Yeah.
He was Moab, right?
Yeah.
He was Moab.
It was more about talking to you like though.
Oh yeah.
I remember that he just projects like you.
Yeah. Well, the same thing with Jacob the jeweler. Those guys.
Or DJ Khaled. Either one of them.
Exactly, it's the same.
Same spirit, bro. But you let these guys in and set up shop in your communities.
Yeah, and take advantage of you.
And win.
Yeah.
On a day with that, it just shows you also that Jerusalem at this point had been compromised. Righteousness had been compromised already. As soon as Nehemiah left,
There was no standard. It was just a free for all. Get what you want. And obviously, if these men of Tyre are getting into the city, you don't think the princes were getting a cut? The princes were getting a cut of the deal. This is why they allowed that stuff to happen.
That's why I'm saying that.
because the gates were up. So how did they get in?
Because they got deals.
The gate fee.
There was deals. The princes got something out the deal. Like there was corruption. We read last week about how the priesthood they weren't properly distributing funds for everybody to sustain themselves. We read that before. And literally, Nehemiah had to set up unions and people, overseers, over the process of distribution to make sure everybody's needs are covered. Huh? But then somebody had to be somebody. They made a treasury initially before Nehemiah left. Then he had to bring appointed people over the treasury to make sure that it wasn't some damn crime syndicate. To make sure everybody had what they needed. This is the level of corruption that was already inside of us. Okay.
You have a treasurer for a treasurer.
Yeah, that's that's how you know there's real criminal stuff going on. I got lawyers from my lawyers, like that way I said last week.
Yeah, it's whack.
Why? Just to make sure there's no crime stuff going on. But let's keep going.
It says, verse 16, there dwelt men of Tyre also therein, which brought fish and all manner of wares.
And other things. Okay, read on.
And sold on the Sabbath unto the children of Judah and in Jerusalem. Then I contended with the nobles of Judah.
Why did he go hit the nobles up?
Because they were running.
Because they were running it. They allowed it. It's no different than if you go to a flea market and a bazaar. You think you can just sell merchandise in the bazaar for nothing? Don't you got to pay the people in the store to get to sell your products?
Yep.
You think the nobles are going to let these people come in and sell for nothing? No. He's greasing their palms.
It's a booth fee.
That's my point. It's a booth fee. So he's hitting the nobles up because they're collecting the booth fee. They're allowing it to happen because they want to come up. Either they want when they're poised to decide, am I going to sit back here and honor the Most High or make some money? They're going to make that money because they really didn't give a damn about the laws. That was Nehemiah forcing everybody under military order to follow the law. And don't forget, the only reason they followed Nehemiah because they would get killed if they didn't follow Nehemiah. If Nehemiah didn't have the king's signet to do what he wanted to do, they would have killed him or ran him out of town. That's how we roll. Read on.
It says, then I contended with the nobles of Judah and said unto them, what evil thing is this that ye do and profane the Sabbath day? Did not your fathers thus, and did not our power bring all this evil upon us and upon this city?
It goes back to this. He's like, this is the Most High brought evil to us because we were sinning. So you're so hard up for extra money that you're going to compromise right from wrong? Because it wasn't like they had to do this in order to make any money. They did this to make extra money.
This is the preference that Israel
Can you push that door back and so it can be straight? Yeah.
This is the preference that Israel operates in. Israel has this, it could always be better mentality.
In the Most High, if you see a theme and a pattern, the Most High gives you what you need. When you get outside of that realm of what you need, you may or may not get it. But a lot of times, because when we don't get that extra, we start going about making means to get that extra.
Yep.
And going about getting that extra is where the compromise kicks in. Because it's like, when the Most High says there's peace, you think people are suffering and struggling and have nothing to eat when there's peace? No. There's peace. We're protected from our enemies. And there's enough for us to get by. But Israel don't like living Israel don't like living that way. I don't like to dream about getting paid.
Exactly.
I don't want to sit back here and be struggling and living check to check. And living and having enough just to get by. I want more. Yep. It's always that. That's always, we're going to read it in Malachi. It's the same issue with the priests. We're with the nobles here. The priests got the same sickness.
But the problem is, like the scriptures say, a little leaveneth the whole lump.
Yep.
So all it takes is one level of compromise before next thing you know, Jerusalem is completely overthrown with evil.
You know why? This is why. If the heads are going for theirs, culturally, it's hard to say, I'm going to stay on point despite what I see. That mindset is very hard to keep up. I see corruption. I see everybody going for themselves. I see folks taking advantage of whatever loopholes there are. But I got to be the good boy and get taken advantage of and not get mine. Isn't that what hits Israel all the time?
Emulation.
Emulation.
Yep.
It's like, well, if they're getting away with it and I don't see nothing happening to them, why can't I go get mine too? If they're seeing the princes, think about this. If the nobles open the gates for this fish cat act, for Fred's Fish Fry to come in on the Sabbath to sell their fish, then they're sitting back here like, damn, okay, let me go sit back here and start wrapping my sheaves in grain and get my grain hustle on.
Me too.
If that's the case, if they're going to let this guy buy and sell, then let me go ahead and step on my wine and bottom my wine up. Yeah, Jan de jour. I got to work 6 days, 7 days a week. Then I'm going to go do mine then. It's not fair that you get to do it and I don't get to do it. Yeah. That is the nature of keeping the law and operating in the spirit of righteousness.
And it shows you also that in order for the nobles to let that happen, they had to all be organizers as part of it. This was a consensus amongst them. It wasn't like one guy let one gate open to let these Phoenicians in. Yeah. That means that they've all agreed that we're going to let these Phoenicians in. It was a unified agreement.
They're like, hey, ho. If you ain't getting paid and I'm not getting paid, that ain't happening.
That ain't happening.
We all get this money.
They probably let them come in at the fish gate. That was a gate called
the fish gate. Was up north.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So we don't let the fish come in at the fish gate.
Yes, sir.
But then the other gate, the other gate was like, listen, man, we got to make some money too.
That's the point, Yep. That's the point. And if everybody gets their palms greased, nobody says nothing.
Nobody says nothing.
But it's a trickle down effect because it's hard to keep this standard up when not everybody's doing it. We're still supposed to do it, but it makes it harder on people. Yes, sir.
I have a question. When this was going on, the consumers, the regular Israelites, knew that this was wrong. And, there's a scripture that says, who call it for justice. Mm-hmm. No one stood up, or you might have got killed if you stood up and said, hey, this is wrong. Is there any man that stood up for...
Prophets did. Malachi was there at the time. If you read about Malachi, he says it. He talks about it in chapter 2, about what Judah was doing. He goes into Levi and Judah.
Well, you know what Israel do, like you said, the consumers, they would say, well, since the nobles are getting paid.
It's the blame game.
Now what I'm going to do is, I'm going to have sex on the Sabbath.
Exactly.
That's the point. If they got their lust, then I'm just going to get my lust. Because everybody got a different lust.
And they're going to say, and that's the point. They're going to say, you go, okay, prophet guy, go talk to the guys that are calling the shots. Don't, I don't want to hear this. Go talk to them. Listen, it takes, I don't know if you know it. Listen, if the heads from the top down aren't enforcing things, people in the middle or near the top or the bottom ain't making no changes. And that's the truth. You can sit back here and say, guys, you shouldn't do it. Okay, bro, no problem. Appreciate it. Thanks, man. Mm-hmm. They're going to move right past you. You ain't making no change. This is why when you read the scriptures, I'm going to say 100% of the time, is the Most High, was Christ, were the prophets, were they ever sitting back here and focusing just on the people? You read Jeremiah, you read Isaiah, you read the prophets, you read Christ. They kept going to the nobles. They kept going to the princes, the kings, the priests. They kept going to the decision makers because they were the ones in charge. And Mosai calls Israel what? The people what? Sheep, right? The lost sheep of the house of Israel. Israel is going to follow, as a majority at least, what the leadership does. Whatever laws are instituted, the majority of the folks is going to sit back here and be that herd mentality and follow it. This is why we read last week about Christ and the angels coming back and taking out these elites. Why? Because the elites were the ones in charge of creating this system that brought about so much corruption. We talked about Haiti. There's this guy, Ian Miles Chung on Twitter. This guy always talks about black people. I want to punch this guy. I want to punch this guy. I don't like this guy. I really don't like him. And I'm the first guy that sits back here and talks about Judah got to fix their stuff. But this guy is always mocking Jacob. He's mocking Levi. He mocks Jake. And he sits back here and always takes jabs at them. But don't take jabs at the system that put these people in that situation. They don't talk about all the policymakers in the United States who sit back here and put puppet leaders in that destroy the people and put the people last.
And
There were these Levites that were putting their child and baptizing their child in like dirt water, bro. It was like trash all in the water. The water was brown, and it was jacked up. As Levi was sitting back here all in white. They were trying to take it as a purification ceremony, but the water was damn filthy as hell out. And I was like, this is messed up. Levi's trying their best to like christen their child however the hell they believe in it. But they don't even have water. You think it's the poor people's fault they don't got water? Or it's the leadership that's being manipulated by United States overlords to keep them broke down and diminished. Now we know it's from the Lord. We know that. But the scripture also said that Esau has overdone the punishment. We know that also.
Obadiah.
So it's like, listen, man, but the people want to mock how decrepit our people are in, but don't want to sit back and take ownership that your government put them there in that situation. Anyway, so once again, I said all that to say what? It ain't the people's fault. The people got to change. When Christ dealt with the ordinary people, what did Christ say? Just stop sinning. Just stop sinning. But he was sitting back here and ripping the priest. He was ripping the Pharisees. Every chance he got, he was smashing the Pharisees. Because they were the blame. They were the bigger blame. He says, y'all are the ones aren't even with the poor to teach the poor to help them. You're looking down on them. You treat them like dirt. So I'm going to have mercy on them. But y'all ain't getting no mercy. Because y'all are hypocrites and vipers. He didn't use that language with regular people, did he?
Nah.
The prophets weren't attacking the people as bad as they were attacking the poor leadership. Nobles and the priests, the decision makers who kept using their power and leverage for them to gain wealth and position while they were destroying the people, not paying them their wages, like in Jeremiah with Jehoiakim. All throughout history, it was about poor leadership. All these nobles had to do was say, you know what? I'm going to take a financial pay cut for Most High's sake. That's it. And that wasn't good enough because you know what that meant? I'm not getting that money back. And people can't accept that.
On top of Israel being upset that they have to tithe. That's upset too. I already have to tithe 10% of what I have. On top of sit here and take care of the poor, I draw the line at that.
Well, that's the point. Because the way the Most High sets up society, everybody gets what they need. And the rich don't stay rich. The rich can't stay rich if the poor won't get taken care of.
And matter of fact, you get a verse on that too. James chapter 3 verse 1. James chapter 3 verse 1.
James chapter 3 and verse 1.
Read that.
James chapter 3 and verse 1. My brother, be not many masters.
He said, be not many what?
Masters.
Why?
Knowing that we shall receive the greater condemnation.
Condemnation means declaring one guilty. So who's the one that is declared guilty if there's a problem?
Yep.
Masters.
The masters.
Yep.
It all starts with the masters because it's a trickle. Sin has a trickle down effect. You know, if the parents in the household is smoking and partying, can you blame the children for coming out the same way?
No.
Nah.
Can you? Who do you blame that the children? It's just the bad kids, or badass kids. That's some badass kids, or is it what they've seen?
What they seen.
What they've seen. You got to look at the parents. In a society, if the people are subject to sin and violation, you got to look at who. You got to look at the spiritual masters.
Yep.
Which is the leaders. The leaders are always getting the blame because they're the ones who create the culture of the environment that the people live in. So you got to go at the ones who is creating the culture.
Yep. And they deserve the punishment. They deserve it. So let's continue. That's perfect. Let's continue. Let's go. And Nehemiah still.
Nehemiah chapter 13 and verse 18. Did not your fathers thus, and did not our power bring all this evil upon us and upon this city? Yea, ye bring more wrath upon Israel by profaning the Sabbath.
Because you keep bringing more sin by allowing these people to buy and sell and corrupting everybody just so you can get some more money in your pocket. Read on.
And it came to pass that when the gates of Jerusalem began to be dark before the Sabbath.
That means it's dusk. It's about to be dusk.
Okay.
The sun hasn't gone down, but it's about to be Sabbath. This verse once again proves Sabbath starts at what? Night, at sundown. Okay? Read it again from the top.
Nehemiah chapter 13 and verse 19. And it came to pass that when the gates of Jerusalem began to be dark before the Sabbath, I commanded that the gates should be shut and charged that they should not be open till after the Sabbath.
Once again, they had to be in order. Israel wasn't following nothing unless there was the king's order.
Yep.
Or unless, listen, it's like Jake now. Jake don't listen and lock in when the police come out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When the police come, then everybody gets an order out.
I was just trying to help.
But if the police don't come, a 5 don't come out with them Navy uniforms out, Jake ain't listen to nothing out.
Horns is out.
Jake is acting a damn fool. And they see the whoop whoop. Everybody's running like hell out, like roaches out. And when he cut the lights on out, they running like this and getting the hell out of there, right?
Yep.
That's Jake out. But they talking tough. They talking all that tough stuff. I want to say certain words I ain't gonna say. Everybody want to talk tough and bring out weapons and firearms and stuff till them boys come out of it. Then I bring pulling their pants up, getting the hell out of here, right? But anyway, this is what Nehemiah had to do to get these people to respect what was being pushed. Read on. To learn to get Jake to love the Most High. Read on.
And it came to pass that when the gates of Jerusalem began to be dark before the Sabbath, I commanded that the gates should be shut and charged that they should not be open till after the Sabbath. And some of my servants set I at the gates that there should no burden be brought in on the Sabbath day.
So what does that mean? He had to give an order, then he had to have military security.
Yeah.
To make sure Jake, I want to say another word, don't sit back here and open up one of the gates behind people when I'm their back. There's many gates in Jerusalem. Let's go real quick and show it. There's no confusion. This is Nehemiah's wall. I'm going to count the gates. Fish gate's in the left-hand corner, Shamshawan.
Yeah.
Fish gate, Ephraim gate, okay, Ephraim gate, Old gate, Fish gate, Prison gate, East gate, Horse gate, let me see, Fountain gate, the Poop gate. There's at least eight gates. Valley gate. There's a lot of gates, man. So they got to sit back here and have security all around these gates. So Jake don't just sit back here and slide in there and try to do some business. It's really disgusting. But let's keep going.
Verse 20. So the merchants and sellers of all kinds of ware lodged without Jerusalem once or twice.
So you know what that means? That means them hustlers, them nation's hustlers, they just stayed outside the gate and waited. They were, I'm gonna have this out here. Y'all open up.
The mall's closed today.
They go, okay, we'll be out here. Listen, maybe somebody come out.
Yeah.
Maybe somebody come out here and come check us out.
There's fish out here.
So these guys are sitting outside waiting. Y'all do, you know, they cooking fish outside. They cooking some of that fish out. And Jake out here like, damn, that fish smell good. Ooh, I gotta have them fish. I gotta have that fish. We was losing our mind. What about dreaming about fish in Egypt?
Yep.
We was crying that we didn't have fish and leeks. Fish and onions, right? Grown ass men. We ain't got no more fish to eat. We ain't got no more fish and onions to eat. We was crying about no fish. We ain't got no more fish from the lake. I can't go on that pond and cook that fish. Listen, that was us, I'm sorry,
That's bad.
Listen, this thing is step and fetch it and talk about fish, and you see how bad we is. What's that?
Also, could that be talking about like modern day drug dealers? You know, on the left side, waiting at the gate. For
Well, it's whatever you want. No, it's fish out. It's fish out. This is fish
Not
out.
bringing dope in the gate out.
This is fish out.
That's like that line gets real corrupt. It's real corrupt.
This is fish out.
Okay.
For now, that drug use was really connected with idolatry.
Yeah.
That's when they would do that. But for now, it's fish out, and they cooking fish, they boiling fish, they frying fish, and Jake is losing their
Man,
mind.
Jake loves some fish.
That's what I'm saying, right?
Like how I asked me yesterday, what's your favorite fish? Favorite food. I said, man, it's fish. he just asked me that yesterday. We had a fish conversation yesterday.
Break Judah and Benjamin and Levi.
There's trout, there's redfish,
That's
there's
what I
carp,
said.
there's tilapia.
Yeah.
They all taste different.
There's salmon. It's all delicious.
Bass.
It's
White
bad.
cod.
Yeah.
This is delicious. Yeah, snapper.
Yeah.
So anyway, there's a lot of different things. These people are out here tempting the Jews across the gate, and it all is temptation. But let's keep reading.
Verse 21. Then I testified against them and said unto them,
Meaning he gave them a stern warning. Read on.
why lodge ye about the wall?
You know why we're lying. I'm not doing nothing, my friend. It's my friend. We're doing nothing.
My friend.
Homeboy. Fish. You want fish? You like it? Do you like it? You know how the nations, they act like they don't know nothing. My friend. He said, listen, bro, why are you out here lodging in front of the damn temple? I'm out front of the city.
That was Uber Eats.
Yeah. Hey, fish for you.
I just have my fish here.
Yeah, that's it. Keep reading that.
Then I testified against them and said unto them, why lodge ye about the wall? If ye do so again, I will lay hands on you.
That's the only way you'll get anybody to respect the word of God. You can sit back here and say, the Lord. The only thing that Jake and the people in the world respect is power. He said, listen, man. I don't need my military guys to do nothing. I'm going to bust you up. I know who. I'm going to wipe you off the earth. You ain't never coming back here no more. Okay, my friend. Okay. And then they bring a little dog in their boat on and take the fish out of there, right? And they never came back. Until you obviously know, until Nehemiah left.
I like that Nehemiah guy.
And Nehemiah bad for business.
Yeah.
He was. He was bad for business. Come back tomorrow, you idiot.
That's the point.
But it was something about going back on the Sabbath, bro. Anyway, so once again, the only way to get Jake to stop is violence. Or security details.
Or taking their property.
Yeah, exactly. That's what Ezra happened on last time.
Because
Ezra said, if you guys keep dealing with foreign nations, your property is getting confiscated. Whatever you want, we will give up everything. Because it's all about the Lord. Okay, is it?
Yeah, right.
I'm sorry, I cut you up. Keep going.
Cool. Go ahead.
But that's what it is. Let's continue.
Okay.
Who the hand up?
No, they're just like Saul when he started hewing down their cattle.
Oh, you mean Amalek and them?
Yeah, to the people because they didn't want to go fight. So he had to hew down their.
Oh yeah. He cut this animal in half and said, "Listen, yeah." That was when they didn't want to fight the It was the Syrians, I think. The Ammonites. Ammonites. It was the Ammonites because they were right next to the Reuben and Gad. Because remember that the military guy was cutting out one eye. Yeah, exactly. And Saul said, "Listen, man, if y'all don't come fight, I'm taking all your animals, I'm killing your livestock.
That's
whatever you want to do, my Lord Saul."
Yeah, but you see how people are solely motivated by gaining and losing?
Or losing, yeah. Okay?
It's not spiritual motivation. It's the idea of gaining and losing.
And this is why the Most High has to sit back and send foreign invaders to your city to nearly wipe you out. We've gone over this a couple years ago. Remember we talked about the Maccabees, and we talked about the wicked white man, and the wicked Greeks, and the guys were Antiochus Epiphanes was going to sit back and Hellenize the Jews, and we had to fight back. But if you read the prelude of the story, we were asking for Hellenism. We wanted it. It wasn't them. The Greeks were fine with letting us follow the laws of the Most High, as long as we were serious about it. What you're going to sit back here and read about in class is if the nations knew that we were serious about what we talked about, then they supported us wholeheartedly. But when they saw that we was full of crap and we really weren't serious about the Most High,
not really about it.
then we're going to sit back and push our ways on you. That's how they work.
To this day.
To this day, if you show that you respect serving the Most High and you respect the Lord, then by all means they'll sit back and support you. This is what the Greeks did, and the Persians. It's going to keep making more sense as we continue in class. But when the Persians saw we were serious about the Lord, they respected us and gave us that space.
But if you're
just pay tribute.
But if you're Jew capping, I love the Lord. I really want to make my money on Sabbath. Listen, bro, we're not going to play this.
You're not honorable. And if you're not an honorable person, then we're going to sit back here and treat you like you're not honorable. And we're going to sit back here and make life hard for you even harder. We're going to read about this guy named Bogosis very soon. He did that to us. But let's continue.
All right. Verse 21. And I testified against them and said unto them, Why lodge ye about the wall? If ye do so again, I will lay hands on you. From that time forth came they no more on the Sabbath.
Exactly.
And I commanded the Levites that they should cleanse themselves, and that they should come and keep the gates to sanctify the Sabbath day. Remember me, O my power, concerning this also, and spare me according to the greatness of thy mercy.
He's like, Father, I can't stay on top of these guys. Please spare me in the works that I've committed my life to these last 12 years. He's asking the Most High not to throw away his life's work. Not to have his life's work tossed aside like it don't mean nothing. Just think about this, and maybe that's a little selfish of a request, but I understand what he's saying. Like, man, listen, Nehemiah gave his life to trying to rebuild the nation. He risked his life, committed resources, just for a year or two later, everybody get corrupted and take the risk of everything falling again. Then what was the purpose of building it in the first place?
It's disheartening.
It's very disheartening, and he's just praying not to forget the works of a handful of individuals that took this serious when so many of us don't. And that's very disheartening. That's if we build this up and a handful of us leave to the city and we come back and this place fell apart. That's very disheartening if that happened. What was the benefit of sacrificing, committing all of this just to sit back here and it fall apart soon after? So, now he's like, sanctify these Levites and also to empower them. Why didn't the Levites think, oh, we need to send some of our porters to guard the gate? You know why? Because they're in bed with the damn princes and the nobles.
Just like it's
because the Levites were getting something out the deal for turning a blind eye to the nobles making these deals on the Sabbath also. Yep. There is a power dynamic from the top on the spiritual side of things and on the princely side of things that's letting all this corruption fester from the inside.
It's 100% a fact.
There's political challenges. Just like nowadays. From the top, people are getting bribed to turn a blind eye. Mm-hmm. Just turn a blind eye to this. Here, this is for your troubles. Let us make this money on the side. Don't worry about it. We got you. This has been happening since the beginning of time. So he's trying to empower the Levites to take control of their city.
I gotta read this report. Ship seized with $1.3 billion worth of cocaine is owned by J.P. Morgan and Chase.
You mean the ship is?
Yeah. July 11th, 2019. A cargo ship was seized last month with nearly 20 tons of cocaine. 20 tons! Now, isn't the car 1 ton?
1 ton is 2,000 pounds.
So 2,000 pounds times 20. That's 40,000 pounds of cocaine. That's like a bag. That's not like a
That's
bag.
pure white.
Somebody dropped a bag on the ship. Oh, we found 20,000. It's 40,000 pounds, right? On board with the estimated street value of $1.3 billion, belongs to J.P. Morgan Chase. A source familiar with the situation confirmed to CBS News U.S. Customs and Border Protection said this was the largest vessel ever seized in the agency's 230-year history. What that means is, if that one ship got caught, how many ships did not get caught?
Right.
And how about, then where the rest of that cocaine going to be going after it gets put into the storage houses at? Let's go. Do you think it's going to stay there in like the holding place?
They never burned the evidence.
They didn't burn no evidence out. That's going back. That white's going back out in them streets. That's going back in the streets out. Somebody gonna get it out.
So
come on now.
But what is,
hey, you think Mr. J.P. Morgan, the heir of the Morgan Corporation, gonna get hit for that?
No.
You think it's gonna be an investigation?
I don't know how it got on that ship.
If it does, it's gonna get turned around.
I don't know how.
Well, if they catch it in your car, they confiscate your car.
Yeah.
That's
But they don't confiscate the ship, though.
That's my point. And they're not going to sit back here and do a major paper trail on that. It's not going to happen. But what Esau don't tell you, even back in the 80s, Esau used the drug trade to sit back here and use the money that came from the selling of drugs to funnel into the proxy wars across the world.
Iran-Contra?
The Iran-Contra thing was all about using the drug money and taking advantage of Jake in the United States and getting everybody high and taking the profits of that and shooting it out to establish the proxy wars to take out good governments and put dictators in to get better deals on goods around the world. That's what the drug game is all about. I have to sit back here and make enough money, dirty money, to bribe political officials all around the world to fund these, National Endowment of Democracies. All of these NGOs have to be funded. They have to be funded in a way to where we can overthrow governments without using government money.
See?
Without it being traced. This is why it used to be the CIA that used to establish overthrows and coups around the world from the mid-40s all the way to the 80s. But what happened is Ronald Reagan came in and they said this is going to be what we need to do moving forward for the rest, from here on out. And he said this is the National Endowment of Democracy is what's going to be used to sit back here and push democracy all throughout the world. The CIA had a bad rap for establishing foreign invasions in Guatemala and Central and South America, and the CIA had a real bad rep, so they had to back themselves out of the espionage game and use these endowments and these NGOs, the shell corporations, but they're masked under, okay, we're going to bring government help to your country. So what they'll do is they'll send people to Africa and they'll get a little baby some water. They'll give them some water. They'll sit back and bring food. And then once they get infiltrated into the city, then they'll start going towards the college students. Then they'll start sitting back here and teaching the young people how to protest, how to sit back here and fight to overthrow the government. And then they bring their puppet government that's already in another country, getting covered by the United States, through their endowments, and bring them in to get access to the resources they want. That's the game.
Yeah, and I have an article right here. It says CIA involved in Contra cocaine trafficking. A number of writers have alleged that the United States Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, was involved in Nicaraguan Contras cocaine trafficking operations during the 1980s Nicaraguan Civil War. These claims have led to investigations by the United States government, including hearings and reports by the United States government, House of Representatives.
They don't tell you that Manuel Noriega, which is the one that was over. Manuel Noriega, towards the end, they got rid of him. But Noriega, they used him to usurp the leader that was trying to keep Nicaragua put together. And they killed him and brought Noriega in. Manuel Noriega was trained in Georgia with the military. He was trained how to keep and stay on top of crowd control and how to use military force to get what you want in your country. He was taught all those military tactics.
Saddam was.
So all these guys.
Bin Laden was trained.
Bin Laden, Pino in Chile. I mean, there's plenty of them that are trained for the United States. They set the coups up. They teach certain students that come to the United States, and then they bring these people back down to their country to establish a philosophy to go against the government, and then they bring their rogue guy in who has military training, and they establish a dictatorship. And then as long as these dictators obey orders, they stay in power. Like Noriega. Noriega, towards the end, started rebelling against the United States, and that's when they popped him. But he was in for many years killing and slaughtering people. And he was okay because he was sitting back here and giving the United States sweetheart deals on the natural resources. But once again, they had to create a way to get the CIA out the deal. So let's push these drugs. Let's move this weight.
To America.
Let's move this weight so we can fund our colonization, our neo-colonialism around the world. That's how it's done.
So the charges of the CIA involved in Contra cocaine trafficking were revived in 1996 when a newspaper series by reporter Gary Webb in the San Jose Mercury News claimed that the trafficking had played an important role in the creation of crack cocaine.
That's what the show Snowfall was about. I don't know if you ever saw Snowfall. Snowfall ties in how the crack epidemic hit in L.A., but it tied it in with they were using those monies to send out to try to take down foreign governments like in Iran in the 80s, 70s and 80s, and other countries later on. But yeah.
So was
all of it's true.
So was the show that trickles down? But
it's leadership. It's the leadership that starts all the trickling down.
It's corporate first, and it's political first, and it's economic first. Then it travels down to the everyday people. Because we hear the rap songs like, I got to quote an album, The War Report, right, by Capone North. He said, let the crack sell. It's like the devil's spell. He's glorifying in the lyric. He's saying, listen, let the crack sell like the devil's spell. Hold it back, peel the gap. What he's saying is, I'm making these drugs, I'm spinning and stirring this pot.
It's all evil.
And it's selling itself.
It's all evil.
And it's like the devil's spell.
And let's make sure there's no glorifying that.
I'm not glorifying it.
It sounded like you're rapping it like it's hot fire.
It was hot. It was hard. I ain't lying. But I'm emphasizing because what he's saying is, listen, how does this guy on this level get into an underground economy and become wealthy unless it's a trickle-down effect from a higher economy?
Yeah.
It's allowed as sanction. Just like the princes in Israel.
And all they do is sit back here and they establish some of these drug seizures just to sit back here and create the illusion that there is a war on drugs. That's what it's okay to top that one.
Because didn't Reagan push the war on drugs?
He did.
Very, very hardly. That pushing, America against drugs.
And they have,
whole
dare
be pushing.
Yeah.
It's like
but they do it, and they'll sit back here and they'll seize something here. They'll do a drug seizure. They'll take a picture of it like we doing our job.
It's a front.
Yes.
And so the priests were fronting, the princes were fronting.
They were going through the motions. But they really weren't about change. Because the only way you can show the Most High you're trying to change is what you're willing to lose for righteousness' sake. You can tell people are full of crap when they're trying to make moves for them to gain. When it's obviously it's not about you gaining. That's how you know where people's hearts really are. When they make moves for them. And you know it's for you when it wasn't about what the body needed. So, let's continue. Verse 22, I think, right?
Yeah.
No. Yeah, read that again. Yeah.
Yeah, kind of. Nehemiah chapter 13, verse 22. And I commanded the Levites that they should cleanse themselves, and that they should come and keep the gates, to sanctify the Sabbath day. Remember me, O my power, concerning this also, and spare me according to the greatness of thy mercy.
So not only is there problems, Nehemiah is trying to provide solutions. Empower the porters, secure the gates, secure the borders. Read on.
Verse 23. In those days also saw I Jews that had married wives of Ashdod, of Ammon, and of Moab.
What's crazy is if you go back and read Nehemiah chapter 10, everything we promised to do 12 years ago, we broke. Remember in Nehemiah chapter 10, we said, listen, we will take on the curses if we don't keep the laws. Nehemiah chapter 10, it was like from verse 28 down. It says, we're going to keep the Sabbath, failure. We're not going to marry foreign wives, failure. We're going to take care of the priest, failure. The only things we said we were going to do, we didn't do. That's the parallel, and that's what's sad about it. Go back two classes back when we went over Nehemiah 10. We promised to keep the Sabbath. We promised to not marry foreign wives, and we promised to take care of Levites. We sat back here and read in the beginning part of Nehemiah last week, 13. We didn't take care of the Levites. It started from the Levites down, but we didn't take care of the Levites. Then we're reading about not honoring the Sabbath. Now we hear about Israel dealing with strange women. We only promised to not do three things, and we broke all three things we promised not to do, and we said we would take on the curses if we don't keep it. But that's how the Jew does. I hate knocking high holidays, but when we have high holidays, everybody is extra spiritual, aren't they? Everybody's super godly. And all that hype, that God hype fails, and it starts to taper off like 3 months down the line. That's the sad thing about us. We will be like, hallelujah. Hallelujah. We're sitting back here eating chicken and praising the Lord and all of a sudden you look up, the Most High ain't serious no more. It's not, serving the Most High ain't serious no more. After all those people you see in the high holidays, 2 months later you don't see them. And that's the truth. That is the truth. You'll see people that come to the high holidays you ain't seen all year. Where you been? Oh, you know, man. You've been busy, man. Just been busy, bro. But I'm here to serve the Lord, though. And we send up prayers. And you don't see him for another year. Then you don't see him from the Feast Tabernacle. You don't see him until Passover. And where you been? It's been busy.
Why that dance, that jig right there, you know?
You said what?
Why the jig, you know? Yeah.
It's always the jig, right?
Yeah.
And people's shoulders is moving. Why your shoulders moving? Give me that, right? Why you doing this, right?
Bullshit shoulders.
It's always shoulders and your hands moving around. What's going on? You just look me in the eye and tell me that you ain't been doing shit? Just do that. Anyway, that's the truth. That's the truth. There's why you see it. It's coming. The gathering is coming. Next month, you will see the jig. You'll see the shoulder jig. Just don't say I said it. But just say, that was the jig I was talking about. Watch. You will see it, right?
It's the out of order jig.
I ain't been around. It's the I ain't been around jig. Yeah. It's true. It is true. So, this is where we're at. This is what's happening at. And reading Nehemiah 10, it was like a reminder, like, damn, we all hyped and we're promising this and promising this. And right at 2 years after Nehemiah left, we sat back and broke everything. The things written aforetime are written for our learning now.
Right.
If you're going to make a promise to the Lord, you better sit back here and figure out how to maintain that promise. Because you're going to start seeing a swift decline after we finish this chapter in Malachi 1. You're Yes, sir.
And that was the first thing that they said they was going to give up.
That was the only thing we said we was going to give up. We didn't even say we'll give up everything else.
That was the first that came out of our mouth. We ain't going to marry no more nation.
Bam, what we doing? we are going to keep the Sabbath. We eating fish and chicken and do all this chicken dance and fish dance tonight. We doing everything like that. We said we weren't going to do. We're going to take care of the priest. No, you're not. That was the first part of Nehemiah that said we weren't even taking care of the priest. Read on.
Verse 23. In those days also saw I Jews that had married wives of Ashdod.
That's the Philistines. Read on.
Of Ammon and of Moab.
Bro, when it says married wives, that means they were the mistresses. Mistress means the head wife. The wife that was making the decisions. That had influence in the house. You don't know why? We're going to keep reading. This is how we know these wives had influence in the house. Read on.
Verse 24. And their children spake half in the speech of Ashdod.
That's how you know they had the influence. They weren't even speaking Hebrew, huh? They were speaking that little Walla Walla tongue, huh? Ashdod, Philistine, blah, 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 blah. All that weird talk, huh?
I hated that.
That was the point. You got little Jews walking around here talking like bastards, huh?
It's true.
That's what the Most High called them.
It's a bastard in Ashdod.
That's my point. Read on.
And their children spake half in the speech of Ashdod, and could not speak in the Jews' language.
So what does that mean? That means they were following Ashdodian idols too. Philistine prayers, Philistine idols. If you don't know the Most High, you can't speak Hebrew. That means you don't know about the Hebrew belief system.
That little red dots running around with red dots.
That's what I'm saying, right?
What are you doing?
You like, who kids are these, man?
Not Jews. That's my point. Read on. It would show you culturally. We're so quick to switch cultures. We're so quick just to stop sticking in a book. We're always compromising to fit in or to get gains. We're compromising to get money. We're compromising to please foreign women. And it's all about gain for us. We had no integrity. Read on.
And could not speak in the Jews' language, but according to the language of each people.
That's horrible, bro.
Verse 25.
And that's how you know the women were the mistresses. They were the main wives. They had all this power in the house. And always, you know, dog, I love her, man. I love her, man. I love her. Was that
So the mistress was the head wife.
Yes. What I mean is this. When you read in the scriptures.
I thought that mistress was something else.
No, it's not that mistress. There's different definitions for mistress. But mistress is talking about the woman that has a lot of say in the home, how the children are raised. This is why the Most High. This is why Moses, the Most High, was so mad at the Jews in Numbers when we sat back here and took these women of Midian for the same reason, because they were going to be the mistresses, and they said, "Listen, we'll talk with y'all, but we're about to leave because if I don't follow our idols and let us do what we want to do, then we're not going to deal with y'all. Whatever you want, baby. Whatever you want. You can have whatever you want."
Exactly.
That's what it was, right? Whatever you want, right?
Yeah.
That's what they was doing, right? Just to sit back here, I'll compromise right from wrong to get what I want in the flesh. On a simple level, this is us, right? And in these 3 breaking of laws showed how much we didn't give a shit about nobody but ourselves. Not taking care of the Levite priest. The priests not taking care of their own priest. Having classism in their own priesthood. Us not sitting back here, not having enough love for our brother to shut the gates. Not to corrupt our own people. It's one thing to make money. I got to corrupt my people to make money? We just had no love at all. Yes, sir?
It's like when you first come in to the truth and you read Deuteronomy 28, 15 down.
Yeah.
The curses. These curses, and you're like, and sometimes there's like this little spirit that may hit you where you're like, man, this is hard. Mm-hmm. But then you just get to read and
when you keep reading,
get it all first.
This is listen,
it was very just.
I know Israel might not like the message online that we push. Like, it's always bad news.
Yeah.
Every title is the corruption of the priest. The next week's title, the corruption of the princes. Then the week what? The corruption of the kings. Like, damn, every damn chapter is about corruption of the damn leadership. But is it a lie?
No.
It is not a lie. Every time you read from one generation to another, it's the same thing.
You know what?
Israel gets power. Let me finish that. You got that. Israel gets power, and Israel can't handle power. That's the point. And I'm going to say it again. This is why we're hard on the men we work with. Because if you can't take a check now, if you can't show the capacity to be selfless when you're an officer of 50, 100, 1,000, you think you're going to give a shit about your brother when you're a general?
Nope.
No, you're not. When you make selfish plays at a low rank, you ain't going to be told nothing when you get ranked and get a camp. You're going to exploit people. You're going to take advantage of people. And the whole way you think is going to be how you could come up. This is why people keep getting dropped in this camp. Because you start showing us about you, you're losing rank. Because if that don't get purged now, you're going to be a destroyer to your people later on. And I've seen too many generations come in these doors. They play coy, they play servant, and when they get power, they can't be told nothing. And they ruin people's lives. Generation after generation of just ruined lives and exploited people. To the point where people say, I don't want to do this truth because of what happened to me or my cousin or my sister or my younger brother. And that's the truth. Israel, when they get power, they take and 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 they play king. Just because you came from the hood don't give you the justification to take everything you can get now. Oh, I ain't had nothing in my life, so now I can. Now I got a chance. Who gives a shit? If you don't learn how to be selfless in your intermediary stages, then stay where you're at. Because if you don't understand it's not about you, and when you get to the top, you'll have the power to either stay on the straight and narrow or go left. If you haven't stayed on top of your spirit long enough to choose what the body needs over you, you're not ready for leadership. You can have all the knowledge and the breakdowns and the verses and the charisma. None of that matters. The only thing that really matters in the eyes of the Most High is how you take care of the sick and the vulnerable and the people who need you to be pure for them. And we can't figure that out. I've seen Israel in the 90s. They can sit back here and run circles around you in a book. But we're black-hearted in the things that really matter. Compassion, mercy. Just because a person is eating out of your hands, don't take advantage of that. Just because a person sometimes in the world wants you to take advantage of them, don't do it. That lesson we've never learned from the beginning of time. Sorry, Shamshon, you got it.
Ecclesiastes in the Bible, chapter 1, verse 16. And there are bad actors. There are bad actors that give the truth a bad name.
A lot of them.
And there are individuals that take advantage of individuals in the name of God, in the name of Christ, in the name of the Most High, in the name of the truth. And this is what scars our people over time to not want to be in the truth. This is why a lot of our people are hesitant to come in the truth because of what selfish individuals do. And who's to blame at it? But the problem is, Solomon explained this issue. Read this, Ecclesiastes in the Bible, chapter 1, verse 16.
Ecclesiastes, chapter 1 and verse 16. I commune with my own heart, saying, Lo, I am come to great estate.
He said, I've come to what?
Great estate.
He said, man, I worked hard. I did everything right. I made all the right decisions. And look at the kingdom flourish. This is what Solomon said. Read on.
And have gotten more wisdom than all they that have been before me in Jerusalem. Yea, my heart had great experience of wisdom and knowledge, and I gave my heart to know wisdom and to know madness and folly. I perceive that this also is vexation of spirit.
And he said, man, I come to the point to realize that it's almost useless to have worked as hard as I worked to establish a kingdom, to flourish in this capacity, and just to look at it go down the drain.
Yep.
Why did he say that? Read on.
Verse 18. For in much wisdom is much grief,
Go ahead.
and he that increaseth knowledge increaseth sorrow. That's it.
Keep reading.
Oh, verse 2. I mean, chapter 2.
No,
I
no.
said him. Huh.
You're in Ecclesiastes 1 and what?
Well,
He finished 18, right?
Yeah, 18. Go to 19.
There's no 19.
No, it's not 19.
Ecclesiastes?
Yeah, there's no 19.
Ecclesiastes 1.
It's just
I'm
18.
sorry, 2.
Starting
2. Give me 2. 2 and 19. I'm sorry, 2 and 19.
Okay, there it is.
Yeah.
Wait, do you want 18 then?
No. I want 2 and 19.
Okay.
Okay, come. Ecclesiastes chapter 2 and verse 19.
I want the part where he says, yeah. Give me chapter 2, verse 18.
18. Come.
Yeah.
Ecclesiastes chapter 2 and verse 18. Yea, I hated all my labor.
He said, I hated all my work. Why did Solomon say?
You got to read verse 17 and 18 also, because it goes into what you're saying, right?
Yeah, it's talking about his work that he did.
Yeah.
That he stayed vigilant for so long.
Yes.
And he put a heavy foundation. He laid a heavy foundation in front of the people. Mm-hmm. Yeah, read that verse.
It's 2 and 17 through
2 and
19.
17 through 19.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's it.
read that.
Ecclesiastes chapter 2 and verse 17. Therefore, I hated life.
He said, Solomon said, man, I hated my life. Why did Solomon say he hated life after accumulating so much riches and wealth?
And accomplishing so many great things.
Right. The Most High blessed his hand and everything he touched. He said, but in turn, he said, man, I hated life. Why would he say that? Read on.
Because the work that is wrought under the sun is grievous.
He said, man, it was hard to get to this point, to build the kingdom to this point. Read on.
Unto me,
Go ahead.
for all is vanity and vexation of spirit.
Why? Read on.
Yea, I hated all my labor,
He's going to say it. Yep.
which I had taken under the sun, because I should leave it unto the man that shall be after me.
He said, because you know what? Can you guarantee that the person that you leave all your hard work and all your hard labor to,
And his attention to detail and sacrifice.
all the sacrifices, all the dedication, all the sleepless nights,
I know.
all the intensity, all the selflessness,
Yep.
can you guarantee that the next generation is going to take care of it?
They'll
and,
appreciate it.
And also put the attention to detail that you put into it, and put the care and concern.
And love it like you love it?
Is it guaranteed?
Nope.
It's not guaranteed. He said, man, that's why he hated my life, because just because you create a standard doesn't mean that standard is going to remain.
I'm not like you, Dad.
Yeah, Dad.
I don't want what you want, Dad.
But I'm gonna
go my own way, Dad.
But the family suffers.
But that's my point.
But the family suffers.
But you're the first son. Like Rambo, you know Rambo was showing some whack signs out.
Yeah.
I don't want to read, Dad. I'm like, oh shit, here we go. This kingdom's going to the shithole right now. You don't want to read books. You're lazy. You want to get the easy way to something.
You know what most grandparents or parents say? You don't got it in you.
Listen, that's what my grandpa told me. He told me there's certain people that got it, some people that don't.
Well, that's what they say. They say you don't got it in you.
Yep.
And they
ain't messing around. But they made that determination at 11. Like, damn.
Yeah, but you know what that means? You know what that means when they say you don't got it in you. You know what that means? That means I'm not writing you in that will.
Yep.
You ain't getting the larger portion of all the hard work that I put down.
And half the time, more than half the time, they're right.
Yeah.
When they call, hey, this cat don't got it in him, this one do. Listen, bro, they be on it.
Yeah.
Even, oh no, that's not true. You gotta give them time. Give them time.
They'll even skip their own kids.
I know, bro.
And they'll write their kids out of their will and put it to the grandkids.
Yes.
And say, when my grandson turned 25, he gonna get what I work for.
Shit.
Because my kids ain't got it.
Yep.
Because you know what, it sucks. It sucks to know that you're about to leave everything you worked hard for in the hands of somebody irresponsible.
Yep.
And that's what Solomon is saying why he hated life. He said, man, because I got to pass this down to some irresponsible people. Read on.
It says, verse 19, and who knoweth whether he shall be a wise man or a fool?
Who knows? Who knows that they're going to guarantee that the standard is going to be maintained?
Listen, Samuel's sons were losers, Zach.
Yep.
They were takers and negative dudes, and they took bribes. I took bribes. But Samuel was phenomenal. He was great.
Mm-hmm.
But his sons were crooked. Who would have thunk it? A man that great, none of his kids took pattern after him. That's life. You just don't know. Solomon's son didn't have any of his father's ability. Listen, Solomon didn't start laying the hammer until he won people. Then he got laying the hammer and demanding all these things on the northern kingdom, and all this stuff happened. But before, he was making wise, tactical decisions and put the people first and won the people through his wisdom. The first thing Rehoboam says out of his mouth in a public announcement is, listen, man, you think my daddy was hard? Listen, he's a little pinky finger compared to where I'm going to be at. I'm going to really put it on y'all. Like, what are you doing? That's your first speech in public office? It just shows different caliber of men, and it's in how it's fearful to sleep on your bed at night with all the work you've done and say, this is going to fall apart in a year. And 5 years after I die. It fell apart within a day after he was dead, and the coronation kicked in for his son to come in. Jeroboam bounced. Then these Ethiopians came in and took all his daddy's gold and laughed at him and put pictures of women's body parts in the damn city. Like he was a chump because you didn't want to fight. Because that was what Rehoboam did. He was such a punk. He didn't even fight the Ethiopians. He just let him in to take the gold. He said, we came to fight. You're a damn chump. And I'm going to call you a chump in front of everybody. It was like Mr. T bullying Rocky act in Rocky 3. Remember that act? Well, listen, Rocky looked scared as hell out. And Clover Lane was talking jive. He was like, man, you ain't nothing. You ain't nothing, chump. I'm going to take the girl. He was like, damn. Rocky was like, hey, stop it. You ain't taking Adrian. Yeah. Well, you can tell he was scared as hell when he saw that act. I don't know if y'all saw that act. But that's how these Ethiopians was bullying Rambo. Anyway, so I'm talking about Rock.
Read on. Because it's all right. Read on.
Ecclesiastes chapter 2 and verse 19. And who knoweth whether he shall be a wise man or a fool?
Because what Solomon is having to understand is that regardless of the example that's set up in front of people, there's no guarantee that example is permanent. And it's not permanent. There's no guarantee that righteousness will be permanent with every generation. And that's why he's coming to realize, what did I do all this for? That's why he's really complaining for the fact that, man, I worked my butt off to get to this point to realize that a good example is never permanent. Read on.
Yet shall he have rule over all my labor.
He said, I might leave all my labor to a sloth or to an irresponsible individual. He said, all this hard work finna go down the drain in a matter of months, years. Read on.
Wherein I have labored, and wherein I have showed myself wise under the sun. This is also vanity.
He said, man, this is useless. Vanity is useless. To have no profit at all. He said, then why did I do this? That's why he said he hated his life.
Yeah, but you know what the problem is? That meant Solomon was about control. That was his demon. He wanted control over not just his life, how life was going to happen down the line. None of us can control that. Because that's the only solution that comes around after you start thinking about topics like this. All you can do is, from Solomon's position, put the person who you think can do the best job, and that's all you, and hope for the best. And pray to the Most High that he looks after what happens. Because that's what Nehemiah
But
did.
Rehoboam didn't have it. He knew Rehoboam didn't have it.
My point is this. This is why he had to sit back here and pray, maybe go to the next man, maybe the next son. He had a bunch of damn sons. Maybe go to the next guy. Whatever the answer is, you got to make the choice to send the prayers up like Nehemiah did. Nehemiah knew this thing was falling apart. This is why he kept saying, Father, Please look after this work. Don't forget me and what I'm trying to do for you. But he knew it was falling. It was going to fall as soon as he went back to Persia. Because he didn't stay there. Nehemiah had to go back and fulfill his responsibilities. So you know this is a sinking ship. This thing is done once he goes back. So he's sitting back here and trying to set down all the rules and regulations in hopes that they stick to it, but knowing they're not going to stick to it.
Okay, at this point, because you were harping about the people that get in positions of authority and use God falsely to manipulate weak, vulnerable people. Can I pull one scripture real quick?
Yeah.
Not scripture, a point. Josephus. Josephus, book 17, point 128.
What'd you ask him?
Josephus, book 17, point 128.
Hear about that?
I gotta go here. I'm obsessed about this.
Are you finished with this first time?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, you got to get out here. We need somebody else. So Joseph is what, sir?
Book 17, chapter 5, point 128.
What paragraph is it?
Yeah, chapter 5, point 128.
It's paragraph 6.
Paragraph 6, okay. I'm going to look at those.
All right. So anybody, matter of fact, who's the next reader? Let's do Amiathi.
Amiyatia, Shah Shabata, Ban Yashkar, Ban Yashala.
Amiathi, Shalom, Bayashkar, Bayashkar, Amajim. What? Yahweh Hashem Hashem.
Yahweh Hashem Shabakatum.
So Josephus, book 17, chapter 5, paragraph 6, line 128.
Yeah. Yep. On the conversation of people playing God games, oppressors playing God games. This is a deceit that men love.
It says, Antipater?
Yeah.
Okay. The Antipater fell down on his face.
So this guy is in the position of getting judged. He set his family up. He's guilty of his crimes. He's in court. Justice is being served. And what does Antipater or Antipater do? He falls down on his face and does what? Read.
And appealed to the Most High.
And he appeals to God. Read.
And to all men for testimonials of his innocence.
Men play religion. They play the God game as a testimony of their innocence. Now, Antipater has set up and had his brothers put to death. He had his physical brothers put to death, and he had a friend of his named Pharis promise to kill his father so he can get the throne and the kingdom. So this guy's not an innocent guy. But his reaction when it comes out that he's negative and he's off and it's revealed this man's a sinner, this guy's plotting for the throne, now it's time to fall on my face and cry to God and appeal to God. After you killed your brothers and after you set up your father. Read.
Desiring that the Most High would declare by some evident signal.
So he wants the Most High to send some kind of sign. Some kind of sign, some kind of signal. Read.
That he had not laid any plot against his father.
Even though he did for years. Read.
This being
he did for years. He started complaining, my father's getting old, and by the time I get the throne, I'll be an old man. He's living too long. That was his complaint to his friends. Read.
This being the usual method of all men destitute of virtue.
Read that point again.
This being the usual method of all men destitute of virtue.
Read it again.
This being the usual method.
This is the usual method. The God game of all men that are destitute or lack what?
That are destitute of virtue.
Men that lack virtue use the God game to destroy and exploit weaker spirits. That's why we tell everyone in our camp, you need to study. I'm telling you to study for you. Read. To protect you. Read.
That when they set about any wicked undertakings, they fall to work according to their own inclinations.
They do things according to their what?
Own inclinations.
They're about their will, their desire, their plot, their agenda. Read.
As if they believed that God was unconcerned in human affairs.
They operate with a secret agenda, like the Most High doesn't intermingle himself in human affairs. Like the Most High is not in control and ends up checking these spirits. Read.
But when once they are found out,
Once they get caught, though, and once there's consequences and situations, and there's all kind of this, and Timothy about to be put to death for what he did. Read.
and are in danger of undergoing the punishment
You're in danger of undergoing the punishment. Read.
due to their crimes.
Due to their what?
Due to their crimes.
Due to their breaking and infringing and going past the line and past the threshold and breaking procedure. Biblical procedure. Read.
They endeavored to overthrow all the evidence against them.
They endeavor to overthrow the evidence against them. I mean, they go into a whole bunch of deceit and lies and games to fog and make everything look unclear, even though the evidence is pointing that they're negative. Read.
They endeavored to overthrow all the evidence against them by appealing to the Most High.
By doing what?
By appealing to the Most High.
Their way of disproving and causing us the spirit of reasonable doubt is by, I'm appealing to God in public. I'm appealing to God in council. Oh Lord, oh Yahweh, please show my innocence. You're using that act to hide the fact that you've been committing negative on the side. That you've been doing wicked on the side. That's the game. It's the God game. Read.
Which was the very thing which Antipater now did.
Read on.
For whereas he had done everything as if there were no power in the world.
He didn't feel like there's no God in the world. Read.
When he was on all sides distressed by justice, and when he had no other advantage to expect from any other legal proofs,
Read on.
by which he might disprove the accusation laid against him.
He's trying to disprove the accusations laid against him that he committed. Read.
He impudently abused the majesty of the Most High.
Read it again.
He impudently abused the majesty of the Most
Read
High.
it one more time.
He impudently abused the majesty of the Most High.
He boldly abused the majesty of the Most High and used the God game to declare innocence, even though he had been committing and setting up murders. Read on.
And ascribed it to his power.
He ascribed everything to the Most High's power. They become religious all of a sudden and spiritual all of a sudden, and they love God so much when it's time for them to get dealt with. That's again. This is the reason why you have to be in a good structure system that's based off of good elders and good works. You know, a tree by the what?
Fruit of it.
A person can quote scriptures all day. A person's actions show what it is. You can't get caught up in people's acting.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's on the point of people that oppress people using the God game.
Got it. And this has been happening for a long time, Mike. And what shows you on scripture in Ecclesiastes, you have more than that?
That was it.
That
Verse
just
19.
explains it, and it's perfect because that's the stress everybody faces. What's going to happen down the line, but the truth is you don't know. You can sit back here and try to set plans up. Those plans don't always work out. So, we just got to hope the Most High has mercy on us. But when we sit back here and read about Nehemiah and all these great men, you'll get one great man and a bunch of regular dudes. One great man and a bunch of regular dudes that make selfish decisions. We're going to sit back here and read in the Josephus how bad things started tailing off on us after Nehemiah left back to Persia and died. It gets bad. We just don't have it, man. It's sad. It's sad. And a lot of people get power and position and they just screw other people over because they can't get past themselves. And they don't have enough love to put their emotions and feelings aside and make decisions that benefit other people so that their lives are better. Because people don't have enough they can't find enough satisfaction that somebody else's life is stable more than theirs. They can't get past that. Israel got to get a win. We got to get a win for us. When we feel low, when we feel down, we might want to call it depression, sadness, then we got to go take something to make us feel better. And that's what kills us. We're going to read about it very soon. Let's get back to Nehemiah 13 Stay on track. What we're reading about now is Israel is sitting back here marrying other nations. They don't even speak Hebrew no more. That means they ain't dressing like we dress either.
That's true.
It's the whole night. Culturally, things are falling apart. Read on.
You want 25?
Yes, 25.
Nehemiah 13 and 25. And I contended with them.
He's arguing with these dudes in broad daylight in the middle of the city. Read on.
And cursed them.
And is cursing them in their face. Read on.
And smote certain of them.
By this time, Nehemiah's putting hands on dudes, Zach. Nehemiah is snatching dudes, shaking them up, whipping up on them, because it's like, you guys are going to be the downfall of the nation. Don't forget, as soon as he came back, he had to deal with the BS with the Levites, the BS with the nobles. Now the regular Jake down the street don't give a damn either. You can see his patience is fading. His patience and the calm Nehemiah that kept everybody together is starting to fall apart. He's like, these guys ain't listen to nothing. I'm going to shake you. Was that not?
Just a genuine question. So would you say that this is not justified, or this is unnecessary?
What's unnecessary?
Meaning this physical retaliation.
Scripture says, lay your hands on no man.
But when you look at Phineas had, because of his zeal, and he thrust through the man that brought that Midianite woman in,
Zimri,
and then stuck him in the tent. The Most High said, man, if he forever has
a zeal.
A zeal will be recognized for him, because somebody got to stand up for righteousness' sake. I'm not saying we do that now, but that zeal for the Most High likes to see that too.
I think what he likes to see is the confrontation. You know what kills Israel so much is nobody stands up for what's right. Go to Psalms 94 and 16.
Yeah.
Come. Psalms 94 and 16. Who will rise up for me against the evil doers?
Who's going to out the dudes who are half-assing it? Who's going to sit back here and make the negative uncomfortable? Make negative people uncomfortable and walk on eggshells. And the thing is, it's like this. What you're seeing is, in Nehemiah, the people who were living right had to walk on eggshells. Not the people that was living negative. People that were living negative were free as a bird. Nehemiah came in there and made the dudes who was making negative moves, and they were out of pocket. He made those out of pocket cats walk on edge. Second guess what they were doing. Make them feel crunchy when they come into the room. So this verse in Psalms 94 is, who's going to sit back here and stand up against the evildoers and make these guys uncomfortable? The people that are negative and dissenters and out of the spirit, they should be uncomfortable, not the other way around. And when there's negative going on, somebody has to speak out. An authority figure has to speak out when BS is going on. Or BS will never change. All you'll get is, especially when people of authority are making mistakes, all they're going to do is people are going to shut up and they don't want to get in trouble. Right or wrong? I know if I speak up, I'm going to get hit up. So I'm just going to keep it to myself. I'm going to keep this tea to myself. But when you start seeing all this negative from the top, you say, man, what is the benefit of living righteously? What good is doing right? This is one of the major reasons Israel continued to go to high places and set up be their own priests. They ended up being their own priests because they saw corruption at the priesthood and the kings. So why keep going to the temple to get screwed over? That's what was happening with Eli and his sons during the time of Samuel. Why go up to the temple and them taking a portion of our sacrifice? Don't forget, when you sit back here and make the sacrifice to the priest, your family was supposed to take the rest of that for themselves. Remember, Eli's sons were coming in and taking meat off these people's plates and for themselves. And then the expectation is, okay, I'm going to come back to the temple and do my daily sacrifices just to get screwed over. Bad leadership is why the people become individuals. And that's the problem. So in order to eliminate that individualism, somebody got to stand up and go to war with the people in positions of power, so that for the sake of everybody coming together and having faith in leadership. There was a time in our camp where our number one focus was, listen, man, people got to believe that this works.
Yeah, movies. Yeah, proof.
We got to prove that unity works. Sacrifice works. Working together for the body works. Because there was examples that show that it doesn't work. So that somebody has to fight for people to believe that people coming together, rank in order and respect and discipline, there is a value to it. Anyway, read verse 16 again.
Psalms 94:16. Who will rise up for me against the evildoers, or who will stand up for me against the workers of iniquity?
Somebody got to. And Nehemiah was the only one with the position and power to do it. Because the little guy was going to get this pushed aside. So this is what Nehemiah is doing. Maybe not the physically snapping on dudes, but let's be honest, Israel don't take nothing serious unless there's some real threats to them. It's sad, but it's true. Like Dariad mentioned earlier, Ezra had to sit back and threaten confiscation of property in order for them to give up their foreign wives. They said, we have to take your property, or you keep your foreigns. Whatever you say.
Really love her,
we'll give up the phone. We'll give up the foreigns. But without that, you will lose property. They weren't listening. You think they don't listen? No, they're not. This is us.
So our people they need ultimatums, man. Either do this or else.
Or you're gonna lose something.
God.
Because everything is, listen, for Jake, everything's about gaining and losing. That's the mind of Jake. Israel moves off of gaining or losing something. Either I'm gonna make a decision in order to gain another woman, or I'm gonna make a decision not to lose my woman. That's how I'll be rolling. I'm making decisions to gain money, or I better not make this one because I'm going to lose money, or lose property, or lose my come up. That's how we think.
It's simple thinking. It's ABC, simple thinking.
But a lot of us think that way.
It's one-dimensional thinking.
It's based on gain or loss.
It
ain't about the spirit, ain't about development. It's I feel good when I get something, or I feel bad when I lose something.
If I got something, good.
Or if I don't have anything to lose, then why should I change?
Exactly.
Or why should I follow if I don't have anything to lose?
There's no incentive.
Yeah, there's no incentive for me to change.
That is the mind of our people.
Yeah.
I want to say it in a different way, but that's the mind of our people. Having things.
Yep.
Having things. Having things.
So what you're saying is there's no reason for us to be in order.
That's my point. If I ain't about having things, why do all this discipline? For the Lord, for the Most High to say, I like what this guy's doing, ain't enough for Jake.
We operate with the mind of a hireling.
What am I getting out the deal? How long do I got to work?
Yeah.
What time do I got to be here? And what time can I leave? Yeah. That's how we think.
So then if I do something because somebody has to twist my arm in order to do it, do I really want to do it?
You don't. You don't. But that's the problem. That's what we're trying to teach Israel, to stop thinking in those regards. And can we learn how to do righteousness, because that's what the Lord wants us to do? Can we not learn that the reward for doing righteousness is the fact that you did righteousness? What's so funny? You see that? Guard! Got him! Get this man! Lay hands on him! Guard! Get him out of here! No, but it is funny. Listen, it's funny. But it's the truth. The reward of doing righteousness is the fact that you did righteousness. How come you can't go home and let us say, man, I did righteous works today for the Lord? I will go to sleep today with the happy heart for the rest of my life. That one don't feel good. That one don't feel. You can do that. You can do that righteous game for like 2 weeks. Right. Then you want something out of the good after that. But listen, I wasn't attacking you, but it was just funny, because this is true. That's what people really, when you process it, it was like, oh, that's it. That's all I'm getting out of this. Is the fact that I did right? Yes. Wherever else happens, it's just cake. The real motivation should be the fact that you're happy that you did good, and you know Christ is watching. That's all that matters. Everything else is a bonus. If you can operate in that space, you can do a lot of good for the Most High Christ. But we didn't learn that here. We didn't learn that back in the day. And we haven't learned that now. And that's the truth. And this is why Romans 8 talked about how the law was weak to the flesh. The law never told us how to have the right motivations every day. How to live in a constant state of being selfless. The law never could really get us to accept that. That's why learning how to live like Christ is the only way that you can understand how to live a life that's exactly about being selfless and to find gratification in it. Does that make sense? Okay, so read verse 25 again.
Nehemiah 13 and 25. And I contended with them, and cursed them, and smote certain of them, and plucked off their hair.
He's snatching hair, bro. That means he's probably pulling these cats by the hair out. He's whipping up on them. Read on.
And made them swear by the Most High, saying,
It's crazy that you have to make people swear to the Most High under threat of violence to get them to stop breaking the law and to stop getting foreign wives and destroying your seed and your generations.
Or to take righteousness serious.
Yep.
Because I won't take it serious unless I'm experiencing some pain. And a lot of times our people don't take righteousness serious unless we're undergoing some pain in life.
Okay.
Then when the Most High shake your life up, then we start considering, well, maybe I'm doing something wrong. But it's not until that time we think, man, it's business as usual.
Okay.
I'm gonna live my life the way I want, how I want, when I want, until I hit a roadblock or I start to suffer.
Or my life is at stake.
My livelihood is at stake. My money's at stake. My health is at stake. There's always got to be something that the Most High got to hold over your head to say, okay, maybe I need to change. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. But if not, then we'll just keep doing wrong. Our people don't have. There's something got to be against us as an enemy or an opponent, or some type of suffering for us to look at our life and say this is not right.
Yep.
Man, something's wrong.
Yep.
Well, then we need a wake up call, and that wake up call sometimes is too late.
Yep.
You don't want to wait to that point to make changes.
We do it all the time, though. So let's continue.
and made them swear by the Most High, saying, "Ye shall not give your daughters unto their sons."
Damn, bro. You have to force people to swear under threat of violence. Continue.
That's almost like he's holding their head, saying, "You swear."
Yeah,
You take it too long, then he rip out another patch. You swear you gonna let it go? Rip out another patch. It's almost like you gotta make them swear while you're pulling the hair out.
You know what it is, man. Just go to your mama's house for a few weeks, man. I need some time.
Yeah.
As soon as he's gone, he'll go back and do it. This is what our people are doing.
I miss him, man.
You think they really gonna sit back here and keep what Nehemiah said once Nehemiah goes back to Persia?
Just be cool till things cool down.
That just go back to I know. Just go back to your mama for a little bit. I'm gonna call you back up in a few months. Just be cool. It's gonna be all right.
I'm a send for you, baby.
Come on, Act. This is us, Act. This is us. But let's keep reading now.
It's not like people in the desert with loaves of bread out, a whole bunch of garbs on it, a whole bunch of
hair full of lice.
Yeah.
That's not us, Act. Let's keep going, Act.
Nor take their daughters unto your sons, or for yourselves. Verse 26. Did not Solomon, king of Israel, sin by these things? Yet among many nations was there no king like him.
You know what's crazy? We're reading Nehemiah, and they're going through all the right answers, but we're just not talking about the fact that we don't have no love for each other, right? Listen, when we were picking foreign wives, we didn't care about how our children were going to turn out.
exactly.
We didn't care about our children. We didn't love our children. We didn't care about nothing but what we wanted. We were cruel. We are cruel and hateful people. That's the problem. Is it about the fact we're breaking laws, or we're hateful people? Hateful and selfish. That's what it is. Why am I bringing this out? Not that the fact that Nehemiah is explaining that we keep breaking the laws and Solomon fell because he chose foreign wives. All that is true, but there's another level to this. We have hatred towards our people. Why can't we learn to love our children enough not to twist their minds and make their minds confused about who they are? Why make their relationship with the Most High 10 times harder than it needs to be? Why do that? Yet you hate your seed that much that you're choosing something in the flesh that might please you more than your own people? You gonna ruin your children's lives?
My pleasure is more important.
And that's the point.
That's why Israel breaks code with their kids, because they're more important.
That's why we break code in every one of these laws.
Yeah.
What I want is more important. What I'm losing, I don't want to lose it, because what I need is more important than what other people need. It's selfishness and it's hatred. Just encapsulated with 3 laws. Take care of the priests, don't bring foreign wives, and follow the Sabbath. That just shows the level of hatred we have for one another and a level of selfishness. That's all it's showing. We can get into semantics, and this is how you tie in the New Testament. And why the New Testament is so important. Because we need to learn how to love each other. Paul was so important because Paul taught, listen, from the leadership position, it's not about what you can gain. It's about being blameless. That was what Paul taught. That was what he taught in a nutshell. It's not about what you can get away with, what you can get people to give you. It's about, can you sit back here and be as much of a service to everyone else as possible, so their experience in Christ is not hindered. Anyway, let's continue.
Verse 26 from the top.
But give me 27.
Come. Verse 27. Shall we then hearken unto you to do all this great evil, to transgress against our power in marrying strange wives? And one of the sons of
Jehoiada. Now listen, this is important, because this is forecasting, or what's that? What in writing? What do they call it?
Foreshadowing.
Foreshadowing. Okay. The high priest at the time was Eliashib, the high priest. His son is Jehoiada, which means he's the next in line. Eliashib is now, Jehoiada is next. Now Jehoiada has sons. Okay? We're talking about the sons of Jehoiada, so the 3rd generation in line. Read verse 28 again.
And one of the sons of Jehoiada, the son of Eliashib, the high priest, was son-in-law to Sanballat the Horonite. Therefore I chased him from me.
This is a high priest. Now we know what the scripture says about the high priest. The high priest definitely can't deal with foreign nations. So this 3rd generation son is caught by Nehemiah, and he's already married to this woman that is a nation, which is Sanballat was the head of the Samaria, not the northern kingdom, but the region of the northern kingdom. And he is a non-Israelite, more specifically probably Persian by nation. And this 3rd generation priest in training marries this foreign nation. And Nehemiah is like, what the hell are you doing? He got to chase him out of wherever area he was, because this dude was going to spoil the Jews 2 generations down the line. And it was a forecast of what was about to happen. We're about to read into that after we get through Malachi, what happens with this man. It's the beginning of another dip that we take. Because they didn't deal with this crap properly. As soon as it was happening, they let it slide. The priests let it slide. It ended up backfiring on the entire nation. Read on.
Verse 29. Remember them, O my power, because they have defiled the priesthood and the covenant of the priesthood.
So he's like, listen, remember this dude, and remember what these priests allowed. Why would they allow this son to even do this? Why would they allow it? They know it was against the law. It was a benefit. It was something out the deal that the priests were doing, right? This entire time in Nehemiah, Sanballat was trying to come against the building of the temple. The building of the wall. The only way he wanted the wall to be built is if they had their hand in it. Because they wanted their cut. They wanted something out the deal. Nehemiah boxed him and Tobiah out, and they made it hard for him the entire time. And that entire time, they're doing side deals with priests and vulnerable people inside the city to gain leverage in the city. We read earlier last week that what? Eliashib let Tobiah get a room in the damn temple. That was last week. So the priesthood was already corrupt. Eliashib was doing deals. He let his grandson marry up. And Nehemiah's like, what the hell are you doing? You're destroying the priesthood. And the priesthood is the only thing left that we had to keep the people in line.
That's respectable.
That's respectable. There's no more kings. There's some nobles, high-level government people, politicians, but all we had was the priesthood. Now we're going to read about the priesthood very soon, how jacked up we are.
When you talk to people on a regular basis, you share a scripture with them, and you may hit their conscience, and they'll say, man, I got to call my grandmother.
Yeah.
And you say, well, why do you have to call your grandmother? Because grandmother was the only person that kept me strong.
Yeah.
Or grandpa was the only person that kept me in church. Or grandma was the only one that kept me in the Bible. Or grandpa was the only one that kept me in the Bible. There's even amongst our own families, there's like one or two maybe anchors that held the whole family together.
Yeah.
And when that anchor dies, all the cousins are no good. All the uncles and aunts are no good. All the family members don't come together no more. The whole family fell apart. Everybody goes their own way, and everybody goes to seek their own pleasure. Once that anchor is gone, everybody's gone.
Yep.
Everybody's up to no good. Then it's always this, man, I wish we could go back to how it used to be, and where we used to all be at grandma's house or grandpa's house.
Like soul food. Soul food.
We're going to go back to church together, and we used to all do this together. Because once that strong anchor is gone, that family is lost.
Yep.
And Nehemiah knows that. He understands that if everybody is no longer tethered to the Most High, and it's the priest's job to keep people anchored.
Yep.
It's the priest's job to keep people tied to the Most High. And once you lose that, everybody's going to go in their own separate ways and become full of wickedness. And it's over after that. Then the uncles are no good. They're all in jail. The cousins are in the streets. Yep. There's so many babies being born with no fathers. It's just chaos at that point. And then you got, well, what did you call your cousin? Did you call so and so? Then it's you got a funeral coming up.
Yep.
He was 25. He got taken out. Or she got 3 baby daddies now. She got 4 baby daddies now. All this madness is happening in the family because the anchor is gone.
Yep.
The strength of the household is gone.
Yep.
Somebody got to be that.
But you know what that requires? A person that's selfless.
Yeah.
A selfless person has to be that. If you're not selfless, you can't be in that position. People want the position, but they don't want what it takes to be in that position. Israel wants to shine. They don't want to lose. That's the problem. But let's continue.
Verse 30. Thus cleanse I them from all strangers.
When you read about everything Nehemiah did, it was never about what he wanted. Never about what he wanted. It was only about the nation being covered, the nation's survival, and their benefit. I bet you it was way easier in Persia.
I bet you.
His life was way easier. He didn't have to deal with this crap. But he had to go and deal with this crap for our sake. It's sad. Read on.
And appointed the wards of the priests and the Levites, everyone in his business.
So now he's sitting back here and appointing people to look after the Levites, to make sure they're protected, to make sure they're doing their job. He appointed people to manage everybody. What it's letting you know is Israel didn't have the heart to manage themselves.
What do you mean?
Israel need to be babysat. Israel need to be baby. Why do you need wards over the priests? unless the priests were always going to fall susceptible to bribes, deals, intermarriages with nations.
I'm only honest when someone's watching.
Yes.
That's the game.
When nobody's looking, I'm going to be the real me.
I'm like a switcheroo type of personality.
Yeah. It's like that meme of that bear that comes home and takes his white suit off.
It's the bear meme, yeah.
I can be the real me now because I'm home.
Oh, the priest is gone.
I don't got to sit back here and fake it like anymore.
Exactly.
Or Nehemiah's gone, I can do my side deals now. You're going to read it in Malachi.
It's that bear meme.
Yeah, it is. Let's continue.
Verse 31. And for the wood offering at times appointed, and for the first fruits, remember me, O my power, for good.
So he's saying also he had to make sure that the wood offering was done and the first fruits was done because people just weren't doing it. It's like Israel. If you don't ask people to submit offerings, they don't do it. If you don't say, hey, we really need it, are they going to send things just because? You got to remind people that things are needed. You got to say, hey, we need this. For years, remember back in the day, now it don't happen now. Back in the day, there'd be no toilet paper here, and people just walk by and just whatever. Now people do it and bring and buy in bulk. But before, to ask people to sit back and contribute to the school, it's like pulling teeth. Yeah. Listen, a couple years back, sitting back here and having sisters contribute to like the food list for gatherings, it couldn't get done. It was like a handful of people doing all the work. And that's the truth. We're just now getting to the point where sisters want to contribute.
Give them freedom.
It was sister would sit back and I'm just going to buy juice. What the hell? That's all you're going to do? You can't do no cooking? You're just going to bring Capri Sun, think you did your job? Or buy cakes from HEB? Which is cool, but can you do more? Why does the heavy load got to be on a handful of people? Because Israel's selfish. And you got to drag them into everything. We're going to see who contributes when we have these gatherings. We'll see. So, let this go. Listen, Nehemiah was sad to me. That book was sad. That was sad. It's sad in truth. And this is how Israel really rolls.
It was a great success coming from a lower state, human trafficking, people killing and robbing and murdering people in broad daylight, and you had no defense. Then coming together, building stuff together as a group, and then as we have something, it's all about getting my palms greased and diminishing the people.
Well, we were selling our own people out in the middle of the building of the wall. It wasn't even like it. We didn't wait to the end.
Sabbath had an office. He had an office.
Well, I'm talking about the fact that they were giving Tobiah blow for blow reports about what was happening in the middle of Sanballat and Tobiah threatening to kill Nehemiah. Yeah. We couldn't even be united for 52 days. Because that's how long it took to build the wall. We couldn't be totally united for 52 days. There was dissension amongst the ranks the entire time. The Most High blessed us despite a handful of people not being down and playing the game. Listen, this is I know it sounds with a lot of doom and gloom, but this is our people. So we can't get shocked when you see this in your people. This is the nature of our people. Our people are opportunists. As a nation, we're opportunists. And we have to fight to break that nature out of us. That's the job.
Mm-hmm. You get a scripture on Matthew chapter 23, verse 26. Matthew chapter 23, verse 26.
Matthew chapter 23 and verse 26. Thou blind Pharisee, cleanse first that which is within the cup and platter.
It said, because when you look at Jerusalem, if you look at the temple was built, took 23 years to build the temple, 52 days to build the walls. And if you were to look at Jerusalem, you had the singers singing on the inside. You had a lot of good going on. On the outside looking in, Jerusalem looked like the place to be.
Yep.
It looked like, man, just like the truth. When you look at the truth from an internet perspective, you see brothers cutting people on the street. you see a lot of sisters in order in the camp, headdress, scarves. You see brothers in fringes, heavy salutes. But what good is it if the inside is not clean? And that's the part that cannot be ignored. Because a lot of our people will put more into the look of being an Israelite.
That's the truth.
But not attack the interior of what it means to be an Israelite. We'll put on the look on the outside, and we play the role from an outward perspective. But are we really going in and solving our spiritual problems?
Nope.
Are we really going in and rooting out what's negative about me on the inside? Or is it just the exterior looks good? Read that again.
Con, Matthew 26.
Read.
Thou blind Pharisee, cleanse first that which is within the cup and platter.
He said, why don't you wash the inside of the cup and the platter? That's what Nehemiah has to do in Jerusalem. He got to go back in and change the interior, the inner workings of the corruption of Jerusalem. And that's a very difficult thing to do, because we want to just look at the surface and say, I look like I'm good. I look strong. I look happy. But on the inside, I'm really corrosive. I'm really toxic. My spirit is really depressed. I'm really not happy.
And I'm really going through the motions.
I'm really going through the motions. So, too many times we neglect the inside. Read on.
That the outside of them may be clean also.
Don't just clean the outside. Don't just play the role, play the part. Don't just look the part. Go at and find out what's wrong about yourself. The temple is just an analogy about your temple in particular. We're reading about the temple, but what about our temple? Because our body's a temple too, according to 1 Corinthians 6 and 19. So what about changing the inside of us? What about going at your addictions? What about going at your bad habits?
Mm-hmm. Your selfishness.
What about going at your deceit?
Yeah.
What about going at your lies? What about going at your hypocrisy? Because that's what it means to clean the inside. So as we're practicing, because the scripture says we rehearse the righteous acts. As we're practicing being Israelites, don't just wear the outer garments, but go at the things on the inside. We're learning a lot about what Nehemiah is having to do to cleanse the temple. He's having to go at the core. He's having to go at the leadership. He's having to go at the example, which is the one who creates they dictate the spirit of what's going to be inside Jerusalem. Just like your mind dictates the spirit that you're going to walk with in this life and your behavior. Go at the things in you that's not right. So as we read about Nehemiah, as much as it is a history lesson, it is also a lesson individually about yourself, about what needs to be cleaned about you. Because we just can't look at it and say, well, that was just, 444 BC, and that ain't got nothing to do with me in 2024.
Not at all, bro.
No, it has a lot to do with what you in 2024.
It's 2024 AD.
Yeah.
And it's real good to ask, what character would I have been if I was in that story? Because you're going to what particular issue was the issue?
Yeah.
What the issue be? What are my passions make me? Am I a dude that's gonna coon on my nation? And you know what? If you just give me a little bit of butter on my biscuit, and you give me a couple extra fish, I'll do it. I'll do dinner, anything. Yeah, Nehemiah's coming in town on Shabbat. You're gonna be over there. Just so you know something a lot.
Or if we learning that Israel make promises, they don't keep their promises.
Yeah, I'm a promise maker.
I'm gonna make these promises. I'm gonna change, and then I don't keep my word. So am I gonna be that person that do I gotta get my arm twisted to keep my word? Do I get my hair pulled out to keep my word, to swear? Because he's making people swear that you're gonna do right.
That's crazy.
So are we those individuals that gotta get their arm twisted to do righteousness?
A lot of us are.
Or are we the people that, I'm the priest, I'm doing my thing, but this thing ain't really paying. It doesn't really pay to be a priest. They're not taking care of me. There's a part where you're a priest and you're not getting taken care of. Obviously, it's cool. We don't over here. We don't ask for nothing. But I'm saying in their position, I'm expecting a consistent sacrifice to come in so I can feed my family. After a certain period of time, I really got to do me. I cannot see. It's like the negative people wear people down sometimes. People get worn down. Are you the kind of guy that in your officership and your position of the camp and you're doing duties for the Most High, but the issues of the lifestyle wear you down over time. You get worn
You
down.
you start compromising.
I compromise because I'm worn down. You get the people you got to twist their arm. Some guys are willing, but they get worn down. So some people just straight coons and sellouts. They just want a deal. What character am I? Or am I responsible? I'm willing to take an L for my nation. Just make sure the work gets done. What role do you play?
Yeah. So there's a lot there in Nehemiah. A lot of information, a lot of lessons. We should go back into it when you have free time. We have plenty of classes to go into, to listen and go back over again. But that was a lot there. More than I thought.
You know what I love about Nehemiah? I'm not going to lie. It shows you how powerful Christ was. Because Nehemiah went to the interior and had to break down a lot of corruption. And he had to suffer behind that corruption because people had an issue with it.
No doubt.
And were plotting against his life.
Yeah.
And then you see Christ do the same exact dynamic.
Having to sit back here and do good and save a nation that doesn't want to be saved.
Themselves.
A lot of us don't want to be saved. A lot of us don't want to see a good example and follow a good example. A lot of people, when that light is shined to them, they get angry at you because you shine a light to them. That's what the Pharisees did. The fact that Christ showed a better example, they looked at him like he was a threat more than let me sit back and follow a better example than the one that I do.
And that's what it says in John chapter 3 when he says the wicked hate the light.
Exactly.
They hate a good example.
Exactly. And that's what Christ faced. That's what Nehemiah faced. That's what anybody who stands up for righteousness faces. They face hatred.
I mean,
masked with, okay, yeah, I'm going to pull scripture to try to cut you. Really, you're a threat to me. And I'm going to try to tear you down whenever I get a chance. But
it's a good lesson.
Let's get back into Malachi now. Malachi chapter 1. Let's get another reader. Nagaha.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemai 1, Ban Yasha Allah.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemai 1, Ban Yasha Allah. I'm on you. Brooke. Yah Bashem Yah Shabbatah.
Yah Bashem Yah Shabbatah.
Okay, Malachi 1, we're going to read 1. This is the entire chapter. So this Malachi, the prophet Malachi, was prophesying during the time of Nehemiah. This is why Shabshawan read this I think in early July. So it was right on time when he brought it out. But knowing what I know, what we're about to read into Josephus, I think it's important to tie it in. So when we get into Josephus, it's going to make a lot more sense. So Nehemiah is going to blend in to what we read in Josephus really well. That's why we're going over it again. Read verse 1.
Malachi chapter 1, verse 1. The burden of the word of the Most High to Israel by Malachi. I have loved you, saith the Most High. Yet ye say, wherein hast thou loved us?
So what he's saying, listen, from the beginning, Israel doesn't feel that the Most High does enough for us. When we sit back here and look at each and every one of us, in one form or fashion or another, we tell ourselves the Most High hasn't done enough. And that's something that eats at each and every one of us. The Most High can sit back here and protect us from danger, from harm, from calamities, from significant loss. But a lot of us can't get past certain things in our life that we want that we haven't gotten. A lot of us feel or hyper-focus on whatever voids that we think we have. And when we hyper-focus on whatever voids that we may or may not have in our life, that's our way of saying to the Most High, wherein have you loved me? Where have you shown love to me? Because I can only think about the things I don't have. The things that other people have and I don't have. This is a dynamic that all of us operate in. Read on.
I have loved you, saith the Most High. Yet ye say, wherein hast thou loved us?
Because we quantify what we have physically
As love.
as love. We operate like that. We get mad at women when they do it, but men do it especially.
Yep.
You get mad, oh man, I gotta buy her something to get it right, or we have to go on a physical date, or we gotta sit here and go make this happen. Oh, she's upset, so she wants something. Men in general complain about that situation, but men in general, especially, are like this with the Most High.
Men study to get something.
Yeah.
Men do righteous works to get something. Now, even the prophets, the apostles, the disciples asked them, all this we're given, what are we going to get in the end? Shit. That's what a lot of us are in it for. Not that they were just in it for that, but a lot of us are in it for the reward. So in our mind, what if you haven't given me enough for me to be satiated? There was a Matthew Henry quote that talks about that the problem with getting what you want is that as soon as you get what you want, now you have another set of things you want.
Yeah.
And now you're depressed again about the new thing you don't have. 1 John talks about the eyes are always wanting.
Yeah.
And if y'all got that in Matthew, I wonder, because it would be perfect for now, but the eyes always want more. And even when you get something, now you're focused on what the other thing you don't have.
Right.
That's how we think all the time. So this is where we're at. Read on. So once again, if I think I'm not getting enough and the Most High is unfairly keeping things away from me, now we have two choices to make. Right? Either I wait for the Most High to give me what I want, or I go get what I want by means that are unlawful or means that compromise my spirit. That is a dynamic we're always faced with. But let's continue.
Verse 2. I have loved you, saith the Most High. Yet ye say, wherein hast thou loved us? Was not Esau Jacob's brother, saith the Most High? Yet I loved Jacob.
He said, the first way I showed you I loved you is I chose you over your brother, and he was the oldest brother. He said, I loved you more. Even though Esau, by law, was supposed to have the birthright. He said, so you want to know how much I've loved you? I chose you over Esau. Esau could have been the chosen seed. How about that?
He should have been.
So think about that when we're angry about our life.
Yeah, he was first. He was born first.
So what he's saying is, before you start thinking about how life is unfair, maybe you could have not been the chosen seed. That should sit back here and squash all complaints. You want to complain about what's fair? Listen, you might not have been the chosen seed if it wasn't for me. Read on.
And I hated Esau, and laid his mountains and his heritage waste for the dragons of the wilderness.
So what he's saying is, while you're bellyaching and complaining, I chose you. That's not enough to be happy and appreciative? Answer is no. At least for us. Read on.
Whereas Edom saith, we are impoverished, but we will return and build the desolate places. Thus saith the Most High of Hosts, they shall build, but I will throw down, and they shall call them the border of wickedness, and the people against whom the Most High have indignation forever.
And all that's true. The Most High has indignation towards Esau. Fine. But you're tripping on how come your life sucks? Think about a life where the Most High is going to let Esau build up to a powerful kingdom and destroy it down anyway, so their works are all in vain. What is he saying? Esau's works are going to be in vain. Your works are not in vain. So while you're sad and you're angry about what you don't have in your life, your works are not in vain. Their works are in vain. That alone should make you happy and at peace with your condition. You're not just spinning your wheels for no reason, for no consequence. Read on.
Verse 5. And your eyes shall see, and ye shall say, the Most High will be magnified from the border of Israel.
So he says, I'm going to keep showing you that I choose you over the nations, as long as you appreciate me.
Yep.
Read on.
Verse 6. A son honoreth his father, and a servant his master. If then I be a father, where is mine honor?
He says, I'm showing you that I haven't given up on you. And that the rest of these nations, I haven't chosen. I constantly show you this. But he's like, listen, if I'm your father, and you're my servant, and I'm your master, why can't you just sit back here and show me that respect that I'm asking to be respected by? He's like, I've shown you that I'm with you. How come I can't get basic respect? And now he's talking to the priest. Read on.
If then I be a father, where is mine honor? And if I be a master, where is my fear? Saith the Most High of Hosts unto you, O priests, that despise my name.
And it makes it even worse that you're a priest. And our profession is to teach the word of the Most High and to give honor to the Heavenly Father. He says, why are you as priests not giving me the basic respect that I'm asking for? Like, what the hell is the problem? I made you the priest. You were set aside. Scripturally, you were set aside for the Most High.
To be set apart.
You were set apart for the Most High. And you're sitting back here and just can't give me the basic requirements that I'm asking for?
Because in your mind, it's too much.
That's
That's the it's too much mindset.
And that's the thing.
You're asking
Did
too
you
much.
know what the priest is saying? What have you given me out the deal?
Exactly.
All I do is stuff for you.
Come.
This is the mindset that the priests have back in the day. And this is how you know the priest is about to fall, or the teacher, because we're not priests. Anybody calling yourself priest, you're not a priest. We're not priests. And we're not priests, we're not prophets. Who the hell is getting prophecies? We can barely understand the damn prophecies that the real prophets wrote. We don't call ourselves prophets? No. I want to read that real damn quick, man.
Can I make one point too?
Yeah.
And Shawah goes into people, the spirit of people holding their spirit hostage. I'm going to hold back all my talents and abilities and skills hostage until you give me what I want. And once you give me what I want, then I will be the spirit, and I'll be the responsible guy, and I will be the guy that invests his mind, and I will commit to my labors if you give me what I want. But if you don't give me what I want, I'll be here, but I will arrest my gifts.
Mm-hmm.
That's because it's 3 buttons people could push in life.
It's 3 buttons.
It's 3 buttons.
It's 3 buttons. What are the 3 buttons?
The 3 buttons. It's just for me. This ain't in the Bible.
That's us. I want to know about these 3 buttons. I'm curious.
It's the panic button.
Yep.
Oh.
That's a real button.
That's a panic button. It's the cruise control button.
Okay.
And it's the do more button.
Okay.
What people do.
There's no easy button. It's an easy button too.
Nah, it's not easy button.
But in the world it is.
Yeah. But
Israel is. It's a button for Israel. But I'm messing with you.
That's the panic button is I'm gone.
Yeah.
I ain't getting what I want. I don't see this working. I got to make a decision. I got to go for myself. That cruise control button is I'm not getting what I want, so I'm just gonna coast.
Yes. It's still easy button.
I'm here, but I'm just going through the motions. I'm here, but you see me, but I ain't giving all my spirit to this. I'm giving some of my spirit to this. But hardly ever do people hit the do more button. That means if things ain't going my way and I'm not getting what I want, do more to the Most High. Do more for the Most High. People, they neglect that button. They don't even know that button is there. They refuse to acknowledge that. And we learned this from the mall.
Yep, no doubt.
Because you know what it means? If I'm at the mall and I'm busting my butt and I haven't got blessed and I haven't had a sale, the phone call comes through and a brother will tell you, bro, I've been out here busting my butt, man. I'm calling customers. I'm doing everything that I can. You know what we tell them in return?
Mm-hmm.
Do more. Do more of the same thing that you're doing until the spirit breaks.
And that's faith.
But hardly ever do people say, why keep doing something that I don't see the benefit of if I'm doing it and I feel like it's in vain? Then why do more? That doesn't make sense. It makes sense if you believe.
Yeah.
It makes sense if you believe in the Most High. I'm going to do more of what works. We go into, you know what? I'm going to look at the clock. I'm gonna go to Starbucks. I'm gonna go to Chick-fil-A. I'm getting a sandwich.
Take a seat. I'm
I'm gonna take a 45-minute bathroom break,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna call 2 customers per hour. I'm gonna have extended, long conversations. And I'm just gonna burn the clock until the clock strikes 9 o'clock, and then I'm gonna call and say, "Hey, brother, this is what I finished with. This was my total.
I gave my best.
Gave my best." Or you got a brother that just go get some liquor and get a sip,
Yeah.
and then he go back to work. Or you got a brother take a smoke break when he out the spirit,
Way out of spirit.
and then go conceal his mind with some smoke.
Dirty lettuce break too.
Yeah, dirty lettuce break.
It's time to
It's the
spirit.
devil's lettuce.
Yeah, but you don't hardly ever see people do more for the Most High if they're not getting what they want. Hardly ever do people do more, or even willing to do more. And that's something that's just from us experiencing things over time.
Yep. So this is what happens. He's really going at the leadership and the priest for their lack of appreciation for them being chosen to be priests, and the lack of appreciation for their position. Because the truth is, if you're going to be the priest, if you're going to be the matter of fact, before we talk about that priest stuff, I want to go real quick to 1 Corinthians chapter 12 and 28.
1 Corinthians chapter 12, verse 28. And the Most High have set some in the church. First apostles, secondarily prophets, thirdly teachers.
You don't see anything about a priest in him. The priests were Levites, man. We're not priests. We're thirdly teachers, if we're going to be honest. Apostles were Paul. We're gonna classify ourselves like Paul. That's what we are. We're like Paul. We ain't like Paul. We ain't nothing like Paul. You sitting back here telling yourself you're Paul, you're tripping. We can't carry that man's Bible bag. We're luckily if we're teachers. So the fact is, we're not on the level that these great men were. And if you think you are, that's part of the problem. We're trying to be like these people who are prophets. We can, like I said about concerning prophets, can we really even say we're prophets when we don't get prophecies? Can you really say you're a prophet if you don't even understand half the damn prophecies you read in Isaiah? So you really can say you know all them prophecies in Isaiah? And you can break them down? And all them prophecies in Ezekiel? We can barely sit there and understand these prophecies in Ezekiel.
I read that. I know what it means. I know.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
I know.
We know in part and prophesy in part. We sit back. Israel be skating around chapters all damn day long. And that's the truth. But we'll call ourselves prophets. We're not prophets. We're teachers. We're trying to figure it out. We're going to be humble and honest about it. So we're dealing, let's go back to Malachi 1 and 6 again.
Malachi chapter 1, verse 6.
What's that? Let's keep going.
Malachi chapter 1, verse 6. A son honoreth his father, and a servant his master. If then I be a father, where is mine honor? And if I be a master, where is my fear? Saith the Most High of Hosts, unto you, O priests, that despise my name. And ye say, wherein have we despised thy name?
So in our head, we're like, how are we sitting back here and despising the Most High's name? Because like Chapter 1 down here we're talking about, Israel will go through the motion of serving the Most High. On the Sabbath day, the brothers were sitting back here and offering, doing the offerings for the daily offerings. You have two offerings, one for the evening and one for the day. For the day and the evening, the priests do the daily offerings. The priests sit back here and go through the motions of killing the animals on the altar and burn the insides. We'll do all that good stuff, right? But so the priests are like, how are you saying we're not giving anything or despising the Most High's name? Was that it?
It's not. That contrast and how just the Most High is Zechariah 11 and 5.
What does it say off the top?
That they hold themselves not guilty. How the oppressor holds himself not guilty, but it's the same way we do it.
Well, we'll get in that a little bit. Let's get in the meat and taters at this point, and then we'll get back to that.
It's Zechariah, right? 11.
That's not a bad verse at all. Let's keep going.
Verse 7. Ye offer polluted bread upon mine altar.
He says the problem is you offer polluted bread on the altar of the Most High. Let's explain what that means. Or let's explain what that bread means. Let's go to Leviticus 21 and 6. Because when you sit back here and read about the bread, it's not talking about literal physical like Roman meal, man. Okay? This mess went on me out here, man. Roman meal is that Cali bread, man. Leviticus chapter 21 and 6, right? Yeah.
Leviticus chapter 21, verse 6.
Read that.
They shall be holy unto their power, and not profane the name of their power. For the offerings of the Most High made by fire, and the bread of their power.
The bread of the Most High is the offerings made by fire. Okay? The bread of the Most High is the offerings made by fire. The insides of the animal, that is the bread of the Most High. Just so we understand, we're sitting back here eating, well, he says Most High was angry that the priests were offering polluted bread. What they're really saying is the Most High, we're offering the Most High polluted offerings. Polluted burnt offerings by fire. Okay? So with that, let's go back to Malachi to get more of the understanding of what we're reading. Yeah, read that again about the polluted bread.
Malachi chapter 1, verse 7. Ye offer polluted bread upon mine altar.
The polluted bread is the polluted burnt offering. Okay? Read on.
And ye say, wherein have we polluted thee?
So we're sitting back here like, how have we polluted you? When we're sitting back here, we're giving the offering. How was the offering polluted? How was the animal sacrifice a polluted thing? Read on.
And that ye say, the table of the Most High is contemptible.
Mm-hmm. Let's find contemptible. Are you good? Wish I had Kariah here, man. We had the answer by now, man.
Contemptible.
Yep.
Worthy of contempt, that deserves scorn or disdain. Despicable. Mean.
The Most High is saying that the offerings are despicable. They're filthy. They're worthy of disdain and hatred. But why? We're going to sit back and go on to why. Don't forget. All this is happening as Nehemiah is hitting up these priests, hitting up these nobles. Ezra was hitting up these priests, hitting up these nobles. Let's jump to verse 8. Let that go.
Verse 8. And if ye offer the blind for sacrifice, is it not evil?
He's sitting back here. We're giving up we're sacrificing blind animals on the altar. This is what the Levites were doing. This is what the priests were doing. Think about this. If out of their flock they got a blind animal, what can you get done with that blind animal? What kind of work can you get out of that animal? You can't get no work out of that blind animal. So what do? You offer it to the Most High so you can save your good animal for what you need. And the blind animal, we can't use it anyway. Give it to the Most High. This is the thinking. How a lot of times how we think in terms of what can benefit me, and if it can't benefit me, give it to the Most High. If it doesn't matter to me, let me give what doesn't matter to me to the Heavenly Father. So I kill two birds with one stone. I get rid of something I don't want, and I give the Most High what He wants.
And unrighteously claim that we sacrifice.
And that's the
Because
point.
that's the lie. The lie is I sacrificed when I did not sacrifice.
But you gave something you didn't want.
I gave something I didn't want, and I said, and I acted, and I posed myself as if I did my job.
It's like, okay, it's like I gave brother a pair of shoes that I hated, but I gave. Did you really give? Did you just give something you didn't want anyway?
Oh, the bottom was already coming out.
Yeah, you give him some wax shoe that you don't have no interest for, and say, hey, if the brothers want this, you can have it.
Yeah.
And you feel good that you did something.
Or the customer would say, I'll give you a deal, I'll give you this oil. But you know it's that oil that stank oil.
That stank oil.
That oil stinks, man. Hey, Listen,
If you buy this bottle, I'll give you this for free.
yeah, I got a deal for you.
I'm
Take the
hooking
bottle
you
with
up.
you because you've been such a good customer.
But that's a Solomon deal. I
Wait.
remember Solomon gave the king of Hiram some dirty lands out that had no value
Some
out.
cities out, some lame cities
It was it was nothing you could grow on it out.
He said, "What manner of cities are these, my brother?" That's what he said. He said, "What manner of cities are these?"
He wanted to say you gave me a trash deal, bro, but he had to be respectful because he was the king and could take over.
Bad deal, Hiram.
It was Hiram. He said, "Why'd you give me these bad 4 cities? I don't want this crap."
He duped him.
That's the point, out. But this is how we roll out. And that's one thing. You did it to the nations, cool. But we did it to the Most High. We're trying to screw the Most High over on the bread He wants, the sacrifice that He wants. Yep. Read verse 8 again.
Malachi chapter 1 verse 8. And if ye offer the blind for sacrifice, is it not evil? And if ye offer the lame and sick, is it not evil?
Hell yeah, it's evil to sit back here and give the Most High the lame animals, the sick animals. The animal is about to die anyway. I'm gonna offer the animal that's on his last legs because he's getting old. Let me kill the animal to the Most High. Hold that and go to Leviticus.
Yeah, that's where I was going. I didn't know you was going there.
Yeah, it's Leviticus 22 and 17.
Yep, that's where I was going.
Leviticus 22.
You get Leviticus 22.
Leviticus 22 and 17.
Verse 17 through 25. Because the law specifically tells you what type of animals were supposed to be given for sacrifices. It just lets you know how we are separating ourselves from what's right, and we're at the point here. Israel is giving the Most High bare minimum. The priest giving the Most High bare minimum, and this is a challenge the Most High deals with us all the time. When we get comfortable, Israel wants to give the Most High the least of us, the least of our spirit. Let's read this Leviticus 21. Or I'm sorry, I said 21, 22. 22 verse 17.
Leviticus 22 and 17. And the Most High spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto Aaron and to his sons, and unto all the children of Israel, and say unto them, Whatsoever he be of the house of Israel, or of the strangers in Israel, that will offer his oblation for all his vows, and for all his freewill offerings, which they will offer unto the Most High for a burnt offering, ye shall offer at your own will a male without blemish.
It's still about a male without blemish. Whether that animal is blind or sick or lame, that animal is not supposed to go to the Most High. Read on.
Of the beeves.
The beeves are the bulls. Okay. Read on.
Of the sheep. Or of the goats.
If it's a bull, a sheep, a goat, it's got to be a male without blemish. Read on.
But whatsoever hath a blemish, that shall ye not offer, for it shall not be acceptable for you.
It's not acceptable for the Most High, and if we're giving that, it shows that we have very little regard and respect for the Most High, and all we're doing is going through the routines, all the motions and the routines. This is why when you're teaching, there's a scripture in Ecclesiastes 43. We're about to go there also. Hold this and read Ecclesiastes 43 and 30.
Ecclesiastes chapter 43 and verse 30.
Read that.
When ye glorify the Lord, exalt him as much as ye can.
He said when you're glorifying the Most High, you're supposed to glorify him as much as you can. Read on.
For even yet will he far exceed, and when ye exalt him, put forth all your strength.
He's saying when you give the Most High your best, he deserves more. Read on.
And be not weary, for ye can never go far enough.
You can never give enough. You can never go far enough. He's like, that's the mindset we're supposed to learn, that our best ain't nothing. There's a scripture in I think Isaiah or Peter's where it says our righteousness is as filthy rags. Our righteousness are as filthy rags. It is the least. It is the bare minimum to just scratch the surface of pleasing the Heavenly Father. That's really how he looks at this. When we start giving the Most High bare minimum, he hates that. We have to start learning how to give the Most High the best of our time, the best of our mind. This is why I say earlier, if you're going to study when your mind is fresh. Why do you want to study when you're already tired? Why do that?
Or you got people that, when it comes to do the Lord's work, you can't get up on time.
Kind of.
But when you got a white man's job, you're there on time every day.
Yes, sir.
So that means, was it not in you to do it?
God.
You got the capacity to do it.
You didn't have the capacity to do it, or you just chose not to do it? Because a lot of times we'll coast on the Most High, but we'll go to the white man and give him all our strength, or more strength than the Most High, more commitment and dedication to him. He say be here on this time, we be there on time.
Huh?
Because we know the ramifications.
Do we sit back here and snap at the bosses of the white man's job? No. We'll do it. We'll do it for our people though. We'll complain with the foreman at SOT, but not the white man at HEB. He gets his respect.
Yeah. The white man at the bank get respect.
Yes, he do. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But we don't do that to our own people. What is Shabbat saying? What's Elias saying? We give the Most High bare minimum. And when it comes to the Most High, we sit back and give him a whack offer, a offer that's lame, that's sick, that isn't at full strength. And it also shows us, if I have sick animals and I have healthy animals, I have the capacity to give the Most High my best. But I choose not to, because I want to get my best for something I want in my life. I'm going to use this animal that's really good without blemish for me, and not the Most High. That's really the thinking. Because you're going to read later on in this Malachi chapter that they had animals of no blemish. They just didn't give it to them.
Of course.
It wasn't like all they had was lame animals to give. We had good animals. We didn't want to give them because we wanted to use that for us.
And it goes back to the same spirit in Nehemiah. I only operate off of winning and losing, gaining
and losing.
And losing. And if I can get something, let me violate and cross lines. It's just the same spirit.
I know.
In the form of establishing sacrifices.
Kinda.
I don't want to give this sacrifice because this will mean I'm losing. So let me give him this blind sheep because then I'm winning.
I'm giving and winning.
I'm winning because you're giving a sacrifice, and then I get to cover the animal I really want and sell them, or I get to multiply them. And then once I multiply a couple of times, then I'll go ahead and give them up.
That's the point.
I got my feel out the situation.
It's all hustling and
winning and losing,
corruption.
and losing.
That is the thing. And that was why we were prefacing it leading up to this point. And this is why Malachi hits so much now. Let's go back to Leviticus 22. Let's keep going.
Leviticus chapter 22 and verse 20. But whatsoever hath the blemish, that shall ye not offer, for it shall not be acceptable for you.
And why wouldn't the Most High accept it? Because go to James chapter 2, verse 4, and explain why wouldn't the Most High accept that?
You said James what, sir?
Chapter 2, verse 4. Because it shows you how men think. The Most High don't accept it because it's how men think.
Yep.
It's the thinking behind the offering.
It's the heart behind it.
Right.
You see how we've been saying it for years? Israel can follow the law, but not be in the spirit of the law. Israel can sit back and go through the technicalities of the law, but Israel be hiding around the law and still have negative, corrupt mentalities while following the law. And this is why Christ was so important, because Christ went at the heart and root of why we do what we do. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. Read that.
James chapter 2, verse 4.
Go ahead.
Are ye not then partial in yourselves?
What does that mean? Yeah, what does it mean? Why wouldn't if we got two types of animals, we got some healthy ones, we got some good, strong animals, then we got the lame and sick animals, the ones that's not looking so good, and we're sitting there ready trying to decide, like, man, which one of these animals I'm gonna get the most high today? And I gotta sit there and make this decision, like, man, I got these sick ones over here. I can't do nothing with these because I can't breed. I can't breed these. These ain't gonna make me no money.
Yeah.
But I got these good ones right here. I can make some money off these. Man, I got the red one too. I got the red one. I got the brown one. I got the black one.
No.
You know we like colors.
Yeah.
You know I got two reds. I only got one black one though. I got to keep the black ones. I only got one of those. So what does he say? Read it again.
Come, James chapter 2, verse 4. Are ye not then partial in yourselves?
The problem that the Most High has with us is what the definition of partial means. Partial means self-love will make men partial to themselves and friends. So what is he saying? You got too much what? You got too much self-love in you. Mm-hmm. See, the thinking behind giving the Most High what he needs from you is you preserve the best of what you have to offer for yourself. You love yourself more than you love the Most High. And it reveals itself in your offering. That's how the Most High can see, now you don't really love me. You love yourself more than you love me.
And this is why you can't be an individual on your own island and expect the Most High to work with you. You have to be put in the situation to have to sacrifice for the person next to you, for the Most High to see what you are really about. I want to say one more thing on top of what Shamshwan is saying. There is a reason the Most High didn't want the Levites to have to deal with money. For this exact reason. This is why all the other tribes were supposed to take care of the Levites. To eliminate that temptation to make it about the money. To make it about gain. To make it about coming up. It wasn't even supposed to be about how many animals the priests had that they can hold on to and mate with other animals to get more animals for them to come up. It wasn't even supposed to be about that. Because if the other tribes were doing their job and the Levites were just content with serving the Most High and everybody did the job they were called to do, none of this would be there. But this greed's coming out. This greed's being exposed through Eliashib when he brought Tobiah and gave him a space in the temple. He got something for that. The third generation son, who I'm pretty sure his name was Jesus, he sat back here and intermarried with Sanballat's daughter. For what purpose? For a kickback. Now these Levites are getting introduced with monies and buyouts. When it wasn't supposed to be about them getting monies and buyouts. It was solely supposed to be about the people taking care of these guys. Now they're introducing money in the deal. Now the greed's kicked in. Now they got that itch. It wasn't supposed to be about their own animals and their own flocks. They were supposed to be solely at the mercy of the people giving them their daily bread. Right or wrong. Oh. That's what the priesthood was supposed to be about. Now they're holding back offerings. That's for them. I'm sorry, can you bring that in?
Yeah, come. And read that again.
Come. James 2 and 4. Are ye not then partial in yourselves?
So the Most High, at the time that you're sitting back making decisions or trying to make a decision on what you want to give the Most High, it's revealed to the Most High at that point in time that you chose you. And that's why the Most High it's offensive to the Most High about these offerings that we give them. Because at the times that we're supposed to be giving the Most High best, we keep showing the Most High, I chose me. I got too much self-love. And this is what is going to make me pull back the good, strong ox or the good, strong ass or cattle or sheep. And I'm going to replace it with this whack one. And I'm going to replace it with this sick one. Because I chose me at that time. That I could have been choosing the Most High. And that internal battle, what does the Bible call that internal battle? Read on.
And are become judges of evil thoughts.
I became a what?
Judges of evil thoughts.
I then became a judge of what?
Evil thoughts.
So every time I choose me over the Most High, he calls that now you're a judge of what? Evil thoughts.
Yep.
Now you think your thinking is wrong. Your thinking is whack. Your thinking is wicked. You weren't supposed to choose you at the time you're supposed to have been choosing me. You weren't supposed to be replacing those good cattle with the bad ones. But the Most High can see what's really in you at the offering. At the time of the offering is when you get exposed. Because each one of us have something to give the Most High. But what stops us from giving the Most High his? Me. I chose me. That's who. Yes, sir.
I had this rooster, and he jumped over the fence, and a couple hours later, I didn't find him. I think a cat got him, something got him. I got another rooster, and I noticed he had these pox, he had chicken pox, some kind of, and I let him go outside of my yard because I don't want to contaminate my other chickens. and he lasted for 2 weeks. So the other predators knew he was sick.
So the other whatever ate the good rooster
Yeah,
knew that rooster that you let go,
he was healthy.
it was healthy. The predators, whoever ate the cats, the hawks, whatever's in your yard, because I think you said you had some cats back there.
Yeah,
So they chose not to get that sick rooster.
right.
How would an animal not want to feed off a sick animal, but we are not, and we're supposed to be representation. The Most High said we're made in His image. How do we not know that animal's sick? How do we not recognize, man, the Most High don't want that particular scabbed up animal or disease? Because he had them pox, right?
Yep.
He had the bird pox. You said that he had all them little sores on. He had bumps all over. The chicken had bumps. You don't want to eat that. Neither do you want to make that. He was sick. That's even dangerous to touch. But even a predator knew not to take that and receive that as a damn animal or offering. I'm not going to eat that. But we want the Most High to take that. It shows you what our real issue is. We'll give our strength, time, and energy to something that we feel pertains to us before we give the Most High our best. We give the Most High crumbs. We give the Most High crumbs compared to what we give ourselves. We'll do more for ourselves and justify it. This is why I do what I got to do, because I got to survive. We'll tell ourselves that. I gotta survive. I got kids. I got a family. I got the things I want to do. I got things I want to, place I want to go. We'll justify the imbalance of giving the Most High what He asked for. And the scripture calls that a judge of what?
Evil thoughts.
When you save the best for you, He said you've become a judge of evil thoughts. You're consumed with evil thoughts. Go back to Leviticus chapter 22.
And it's like you're looking at options; they're all negative. Like I could do this.
Yeah.
Why? But what's another way I could do this? You start getting real sagacious when it comes to making. You're looking for options. You're looking for multiple options to get my way, but they're all they're wrong because they keep having bad outcomes.
Yeah.
So what's the best one I can do? You know what? I'm gonna act like this animal's not sick. I'm gonna act like it ain't sick.
Or when you're told that what you're bringing to the table is not good enough, the comeback is, well, I really ain't got to be here.
Oh, I really don't gotta be here.
I'm
threatening to leave.
I'm just letting you know I got other choices.
Okay.
I'm letting you know I really ain't got to be here. I'm just here because I'm trying to help. I don't really got to be here. So what you're saying is, you should be happy with what I'm giving you.
Oh, wow.
Because I could be doing something else.
Wow.
Because you don't know my value. I'm so valuable, and what I bring to the table is so valuable, I could be giving it to somebody else. I could be doing this. You should be happy with what I give you. That's how we give the Most High, man.
Yeah.
It's almost take it or leave it.
Yeah.
You expect more? Now I'm take what I have to give you.
You're lucky.
You're lucky.
You got this much.
You got this much. That's how we look at the Most High too.
Good. You good?
Yeah, back to Leviticus 22.
Yep.
Leviticus chapter 22 and verse 20. But whatsoever hath the blemish, that shall ye not offer, for it shall not be acceptable for you. And whosoever offers a
Wait. Where are you at? What verse you at?
Verse
Okay, 20. Give me 22. 22?
Yeah.
You said 22, right?
20 down. We're reading.
Okay, 20. Okay, slack.
We're
My
reading
fault.
down.
20 again. Slack. You're good.
Leviticus chapter 22, verse 20. But whatsoever hath the blemish, that shall ye not offer, for it shall not be acceptable for you. And whosoever offereth a sacrifice of peace offerings unto the Most High to accomplish his vow, or a freewill offering in beeves or sheep, it shall be perfect to be accepted. There shall be no blemish therein.
It better be the standard.
I didn't hear exactly what Joshua said, but if it's perfect, that means you're at risk of a loss. Because you could have sat back and made it that animal. You could have got more money for that animal. When it says he wants that perfect, unblemished animals, that means you gotta lose something of significance.
Who cares?
You gotta lose something of significance in order to please the Most High. That's really what he's saying. You gotta lose something of value. A lot of us, we give, but it really ain't what's of real value to us. When you give something of real value to the Most High, That's how you know you're real about it. And this whole thing that they're giving blind animals and animals with scurvy and the three-legged hop-along animals, you ain't losing nothing. It's a win. And the Most High be seeing that in us all the time. This is why a lot of times Israel gives things that come natural to us.
That's true.
We want to be that bench press Israelite that just does the things that we're good at. But we don't want to give that part of us that it's really hard to fix this.
You know, I'm not saying no names, but me and a brother had got off work, and we had got back to his apartment, and his rib came out and gave him cold spaghetti.
It was all clumped together. It was like clumpy and hard too.
I know you can eat cold pizza.
Come on,
you could eat cold chicken. You know what I'm saying? Cold chicken ain't bad. Cold pizza ain't that bad. But I don't know about cold spaghetti though. It's just something that ain't right about the noodles and the spaghetti being cold. It's just sauce.
Because you know when spaghetti is cold, it's clumpy.
Yeah,
it's clumpy. Ah man, I'm there. I'm going to war. I'm going to, and the whole house is waking up. Yeah. The whole house is going to be up that day. Lights are going to be on. Noise is going to be made. This is bull. The whole world's going to know there's a problem at this residence. Anyway,
and it's not like the oven didn't work. Even the microwave works. Even the microwave works. It could have been microwave.
You could have nuked it, and I was
at least nuked it. Put a paper towel over it or something. Do something with it. Put some little water in it or something. Spray it.
You got to put some water on it.
Spray it. Put
moisturizer.
Keep some moisture in it or something. But to not even make the effort to warm it up, and just here, throw the cold spaghetti down.
Stinking milk.
That's a statement dish.
Yeah,
but that's what we do.
That's what we do.
Yeah.
So we can say like that. We can point out the women, how wicked the women's is. We can see that. You know how wicked the women's is. Women just so wicked. Let me see how wicked they is. We can sit back here and count how wicked the women's is. We can do that. But we don't want to see how we give the Lord half our spirit.
Cold spaghetti, yeah.
Listen, I'm not saying this now, but before I've seen brothers sit back here ready to fall asleep in class. But when it's time to go to the club, they are alive until 3 o'clock at night. How can you be alive until 3 or 4 o'clock? But you sit back and give a Jew a Bible, they go to sleep. How was that the case? I can fall asleep reading the Bible. I'm not saying that, but you hear what I'm saying. And you like this?
Yeah.
Who me? You talking to me? I'm not being stupid. But you get my point. We come alive in the club. But when it's time to read the Bible, we can't do it. It's time to go to work, I'm tired. When it's time to go to work, I'm tired. When it's time to study, I'm tired. When it's time to lock in and be in order, I don't feel like locking in and be in order. When it's my time, I give the best of me when it's my time. That's what he's saying.
Have it if I can't.
What's the point of having anything?
That's the conversation.
If I got to give the best of what I got to the Most High,
it's not even worth it. It's not even worth it. If I can't enjoy, what's the point
of having blessings?
I can't. Why have blessings if I can't enjoy the blessings I have? What was the point?
Con.
That's the point.
Con. I remember. Listen, there's been times brothers get mad because brothers have a wife. And the sister has to do work for the other sister. Have to work with the sister in the camp to be a part of the body, and they're mad because they're with the sisters and not with them.
Yep.
Well, listen. Didn't you want a God-fearing woman that wants to lock to the Most High? Then she has to be part of the camp too. It's got to be about you. Same thing with sisters. I want a man that's about the Most High, but when he's gone doing the Most High's work, I'm mad. I'm going crazy. I'm making his life hell when he gets home. But I thought you wanted him to be about the Most High.
Till it comes to an inconvenience.
For you.
Yeah.
That's the catch that everybody is caught up under. But the purpose of these beeves and these calves and these goats and these sheep to be the best, that means you got to lose for the Most High. And be happy losing your best to go to him. The best of your time, but let's get out of ancient Israel with animals and animals. So let's go back to the real world. The best of your mind got to be with the Lord. The best of your energy got to be for the Lord. When you get home, you should be tired. Your mind should be spent on the works of the Heavenly Father. If you got the energy to sit back and just do you constantly, more than the Most High, you can see men how their life is. When they're zapped doing the work, but they have energy at home, that means they're giving the Most High scurvy sacrifices. Blind animals for sacrifices. He wants you to give to the Most High and that be the best of what you got. That was the symbolism and the understanding. He got to get your best. That's why, you know, the Most High deserves the best of your flock. The best of your offerings. This was the same thing, whether it was the animals for the Levites, but the people had to sit back here. They had to give the Most High the first fruits. For who? For the priest. The first fruits went to the who? Because the best of my fruits and vegetables, the best and the most ripest of my harvest goes to some other people. And I don't even get no money out of it. It's the same process across the board. The priests give the Most High the best of the animals, and the people give the Levites the best of their produce.
And those animals aren't really made. Like they have to be maintained to remain perfect.
God.
So there's a lot of brushing, a lot of cleaning, a lot of
maintenance.
Yes. Maintenance. So you feel all that investment.
Con. And but you see how the system's supposed to be? If the priests give the Most High their best, the people give the priests their best. And then the people give the priests their best and the poor before they sit back here and make it about them. Because when you're sitting back here and plotting out your harvest, you got to plot out how much is going to the priest and how much can be gleaned. That's first. And you get everything else in the middle. That's what he was conditioning us to how to operate. It was the priest, the poor, then I get me. That was the lesson. He was teaching us through these ordinances to love. But we were too immature to just get the big picture. It's not supposed to be about me. My entire life is supposed to be for other people. We never picked that up. We just stayed in these robotic technical laws, but we never understood what this really was about. And I was supposed to give my life to the poor and to the men of the Lord. That's it. And the joy was supposed to be in the fact that the men of the Lord were taken care of and the poor were taken care of. And my happiness was supposed to be, if I did that, the Lord will bless me in my life. That was the big picture. But you know what? It took 1,500 years. We didn't figure that out. 1,500 years. We didn't figure that out. And then Christ had to sit back here and tell parables to explain what we never could figure out in 1,500 years. And this is why Paul is like, just stop all that technical stuff that you're getting caught up on and just focus on what Christ was teaching. Because if you understand the spirit of being in Christ, you would have performed the law anyway. Doesn't that make sense?
Yeah.
It's going to be all robotic carbonated 613 damn laws. When you don't understand the spirit of those 613 laws, was to sit back here and put yourself last and find joy in it. Be there for the sick. Be there for the hungry and the needy. Make it about them. Stop living about you. Stop making it about how you can come up. Because when you're giving to the needy and the sick, you're losing. Whatever little plans you got to do a maneuver goes to them. Your time goes to them. If you're really about serving the Most High, how much you got time for all these women? How much time you got for the club? When you got to sit back here and give all these time and be pulled in 1,000 directions for your people. You want to break the spirit of the club, give a man more responsibility. You can't go to the club 1,000 days a week and sit back here and be at service to everybody and be all things to all men. It's very hard. Because you know what? You sit back having fun out, it's 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. Guess what's waiting for you? 8 o'clock inspection, 6:30 phone call. You can't run the streets and be about your people, can you? You're gonna be burning both ends, maybe a day or two, and that's it, buddy.
That's it.
And don't get to your dirty 30s when you ain't got no energy no more and you're mineral deficient and the joints is aching. I'm serious. And you ain't got that. You ain't sprout like a chicken. You can get up and just roll and shake it off. You can't do it no more. What's that?
I got a genuine question.
Yeah.
So is this why?
I believe you. I believe it's. I believe behind the question. Anyway, brother.
And so is this why the disciples had to live such a minimalist lifestyle? Was it to avoid temptation? Meaning they didn't have much.
Well, I'm gonna say the minimalist lifestyle was necessary to be at service of the people. Where were they every day? Sitting back here, going from place to place, being at service to the people they were responsible for.
Healing sick, cleansing lepers.
Every day you're sitting back here and dealing with somebody else's needs. And then you go to the next city and deal with somebody else's needs. And you go to the next city and deal with somebody else's needs. It's never about what?
Number one.
That is what the message of Christ was about. That we didn't figure out with all these 613 commandments. Stop making it about you and make it about the people that you teach and serve. I'm telling you, this is why we sit back here and we be attacking those. I am a priest. Oh, so you're above getting down and dirty with your people, huh? Israel used these titles and ranks to sit back here and separate themselves from what the real work is in service and dedication and giving your mind to what other people need. We sit back here and tell young students, sit back here and learn discipline, learn being in order, so you're not super needy, so the majority of your time can be given to what other people need. If you can do that, you've already followed all the law. Didn't Christ say the whole law is wrapped up in what? Loving the Most High and loving your brother as yourself. If you can do those two laws, you have fulfilled the law. Because what was the law about? We were supposed to learn to love each other. So what good is robotically reciting 600 laws and you don't ever realize it was about putting yourself last and being there and serving your people.
Exactly.
And doing good works for your people.
That the people need. They need the good works.
Yes.
See, you have the capacity to do it. Some may have less of a capacity to do it. So you are obligated because you have the capacity.
Kinda.
And men hate that.
Because you know why? Because you can't sit back here and get nothing out of it. It ain't about you. It never was.
Or I don't mind soaking up somebody else's sacrifices for the groundwork that they've laid, and I'll eat those sacrifices all day long. But now when it's my turn to sacrifice, I'm hesitant because now I got to decide, what move I'm going to make.
And that's how you know people that are wolves and sheep, takers and givers. Because once a man gets built up, what do you do when you're stable? There is a transition that happens in young men when they come into truth. They get built up, they get developed, they get counseled, they get taught. And once a person gets sustained, what do you do with your life? I can't count on my hand how many people have been built up, developed, become stable, then they live their life. It just reveals, you just don't know who's really about serving the Most High until a person gains and acquires certain strength and stability. Once a person gains stability, then you know who serves Christ. You don't know who's really about serving Christ until they got to give their life for other people. That's women and that's men. Because when your woman has an option, is she gonna stay and lock in after she's been built up and she's got a good job, stable career, built up to where she doesn't need you? Does she stay and serve? Or does she leave?
The scriptures say, Jezreel, wax fat, and kick.
That's the nature of our people.
We always come up and then decide we got choices now. Now I don't have to do this. I don't have to be
They
here.
talk different.
Israel, when they're rock bottom, they love the Most High. And then over time they learn and they grow and they get stable. Then you see what you got. Then you'll see if a person really loves the Most High or not. Or do they choose themselves? Don't know. So you give to a person, not with any act you get for free. And whatever they choose to do with it, they do with it.
That's between them and God.
Because we can't sit back here and be like, well, I don't think they're going to stay. No, you give to everybody. And whatever they choose to do, they do. And you move on with your life either way.
And we call it, when you're called,
you were chosen.
That's how you get over them.
But you show that you're chosen.
The 5 years you give for the late nights, the 5 years, the gas, all the counsels, all the mind juice you had to use to help that spirit develop.
Yep.
And train, all the training you've done, and investing you've done with that person, and combing and grooming and developing.
Yep.
You have to say, you know what? That's between him and Most High.
But you show that you're chosen when you stay and serve others, like you were served.
That's the chosen.
If you sit, because that's what 2 Timothy 2:2 talks about, teaching others that will sit back here and teach the next generation. And I'm paraphrasing it, but you get my point. Anyway, let's continue in on Leviticus 22.
Okay. Leviticus 22 and 22. Blind or broken or maimed or having wind. Having a wind.
Having a wind is some kind of deformity, but let me get it to be specific. Having a wind is a gross. It's a tumor.
Oh wow!
It's a pussy tumor act. It's
What verse you on?
It was verse 22.
Mm-hmm.
So it says incested or swelling, or tumor, also a fleshy excrescence growing on animals, sometimes to a large size. That means there's an infection there.
That little ball, you see those dogs out?
But it could be a ball. It could be really like nasserous, cancerous. It could be gross. I've never seen that ball.
I had a dog, I had a little Toby out. He used to run around. You see little golf balls under his skin. What is that?
That was a win.
That was a win.
That was a win. And you know what black folks don't take dogs to the bed. You just got to walk that off, G. You walk it off, and may the Most High work that out. You see that bill gonna be like $1,000 for a win. That win stand on that armpit. I ain't spend $1,000 on no damn win. Yeah, I might pop out the pus or something like that and squeeze it out. But I ain't sitting back here. I going to the white man for a win. WEN, not WIN. But let's keep going.
Okay.
But hold on, this is what Malachi is talking about. It said you're going to offer the blind for sacrifice. The first thing that Moses said is don't offer a blind, broken, lame, and sick. Don't offer that. So read verse 22 again.
Okay. Verse 22. Blind or broken or maimed or having a wind or scurvy.
You got to read the scurvy too.
Yes.
Scurvy by definition. It says a disease characterized by great debility, a pale, bloated face, bleeding, spongy gums, large, livid tumors on the body, offensive breath, aversion to exercise. It says oppression at the breast as to difficult respirating. So you got an animal that can't even breathe. He can't walk because he can barely breathe.
I'm gonna give it to the Most High. I'm gonna give the sacrifice so I can make a profit off of it. I'm making a profit because I'm keeping a good one in my stable. So I'm getting I'm winning. I'm getting a profit because I'm giving up this animal that I was gonna have to kill anyway.
A sheep saved is a sheep earned.
Yeah. But that's the thinking. That's how we think.
It is.
Let me give this because I was gonna give it up anyway. This chapter in Malachi 1 is showing how we think, how we work things in our mind. How can I give the Most High what He wants and me still come up? How can I give some to the Lord but I still get a win on the back end? That's how we think all the time. Like I said, bro, listen, I've seen brothers during feast days studying. Why are you saying the feast days?
Yeah.
Because I got something to do. After this feast is over, I got something to do. Oh. So let me get this study in there now. So I don't got to study when I get home. Because I want to do me when I get home. What time we getting up? Probably 11 o'clock? See, I can go make a run after this. So I can study. I can kill two birds with what? One stone. That's that thinking. How can I sit back here? I'm going to avoid brotherhood and bonding. Because I don't really want to do that. So I'll study, get my studying in, and not be a brother so I can do what I want to do when I get home.
Man.
That's just an example of thinking like this.
I want to get the definition of. Now, this is part of the definition. Scurvy. A disease most incident to persons who live confined. Just on what you're saying. So scurvy is also a disease that people suffer from. He says people who live what? Confined.
That's crazy.
So he's showing you that, well, people that this could be also categorized in when you want to isolate yourself from everybody else. That's still you giving a lame sacrifice to the Most High.
Yes.
So the Most High got a disease set up for you.
Yep.
He got a situation set up for you for those that want to be isolated, the ones that want to be confined to themselves. Your situation ain't gonna be blessed either, even though you want more me time than you actually want to give the Most High His time. There's something set up for you too. So the Most High got everything in proportion. You wanted to be by yourself. You wanted to be isolated. You wanted to be alone. But the Most High got the scurvy waiting for you. He got something waiting for you too, because that's you still holding back your sacrifices.
Yep. You know, but what crazy thing is, what kills your whole time is when you got to counsel and deal with the men and what they need, and then you got to get your study in. When you got to sit back and deal with all the problems at home, you still got to counsel your rib. You still got to put your house in order, but the Most High still needs His. But what do? We'll sit back here and find some way to rig the system. That's how we think. Let's rig the system so I don't have to, all my time has to be taken. Because all my time being taken also means the Most High comes first. And our mind is always wired to get away from having to lose.
This is all I'm ever going to be, just somebody's butler.
Yes.
People start talking down on
Didn't Christ say the greater thou art, the more of a butler you are? Yeah. Yes, yeah. The greater thou art, the more of a servant you are. Yes, that is what, listen, Christ's whole life was going from city to city, people taking from him. Yeah. Threatening his life, asking him trap questions, or asking him for a blessing. Either the priests were trying to, or the Levites were trying to trap him up in his words to convict him to death, or somebody wanted a blessing. Give me. That was Christ's life. What do you think your life is going to be if you serve Christ? Your life is going to be consumed with people taking.
That's why he said,
and that's okay.
He says it's better to give than to receive. He's just showing you his mind. That's
how you have to operate in this life. Can you live a life of people constantly pulling on you and needing you and needing to pull strength from you?
And be at peace in that situation.
Because a lot of times, you know how we do? Our mind is like a math equation. If I got to give out this much spirit, I got to get something back in the flesh. Am I right or wrong? If I'm getting this much in the flesh, if I'm giving out all this counsel, I got to eat bad. Or if I got to sit back here and give all this spirit, I got to get something in the flesh to balance things out, to calm my mind. That's how we operate, right? It's the truth. And we tell ourselves, because we're doing so much good, is why I do this.
Especially when it comes to time. Me time.
We
love some me time, man.
Yep. We're very selfish with that. If I give the Most High this much, then I deserve this much of my time. When in actuality, I don't know if you noticed it, the work don't get started until after class. That's when the councils open up.
Studying?
Well, no, the councils. Not even studying. You ain't getting studied until after the councils. You gotta sit back and do all this damn counsel. Then you better get in that book and get ready for next week or next class. And then you gotta work. There ain't much time for you. Christ showed it in his example. You had to sit back and deal with the people all day long, and then do it and teach the disciples the understanding of the parables he taught. Then he got time for himself. Everybody was asleep by the time it was his time. Right?
No.
Everybody got their time. And then he had this window of late night time.
And he would often go to the mountain and pray.
Yeah.
And isolate himself and pray to the Most High. That's all the little time he had.
And then he had to get back up and do it again. And be a servant to everybody again. And that was his life. And he wasn't sitting back here trying to balance the equation of, I've given all this, now I deserve something back. Because I've seen a lot of Israelites go through that. I give and give and give, I deserve this. No, you don't. Just because you gave and gave and gave don't mean you deserve nothing but the fact that you gave. And when you start getting in the mindset, I gave and I gave and I gave and I committed this much, I deserve, Most High is going to eventually start getting rid of you. Because now I got to get something out the deal. Now your sacrifices aren't pure anymore. Now your sacrifices have blemishes. Read verse 23.
Yeah. Verse 23. Either a bullock or a lamb that hath anything superfluous or lacking in his parts.
Lacking a leg, lacking a tail, lacking an eye.
Or superfluous, meaning extra. You got extra toes,
Yeah.
2 tails.
Some Philistine angles
What's
out.
going on with this guy? This got 3. This animal has 3 ears. Well, I'll just give you because it's got more than a normal animal. I'm giving you a higher. No, you're not. Keep that. I don't want the superfluous animal. I don't want the extras. The little extra toe got 7 toes. I don't want that. That's a deformity. Give me what I want.
He's special.
This is something I've never.
This is an anomaly. He's an anomaly.
This would be a good
This is an
sacrifice.
anomaly
If you ask me.
bull. Yeah, I'm with you. But so this is what he's saying. He wants the best of what you got, the most marketable of what you got.
Yep.
Listen, all of your energy and spirit should go to him first, Doc. If you want the Most High to bless you, give him the best of what you got first. This is what tithes is about. You don't look at your budget and say, okay, after I looked at my numbers, here's what I can get the Most High today.
Yeah.
You know how you're supposed to be like, after I did my figures and I punched the numbers in. You got that accountant's hat, that green accountant's hat out. He's like, yeah.
Little visor out
Yeah,
there.
green
Tax
visor. After I did all these numbers, yeah, I can get them outside like $80. I can get them outside $80. That ain't how it is, Zach. You got to give his off the top. Listen, the brothers in the camp, our work is the tithes. So the best of our energy got to go to the work. And go to our brotherhood. And go to our commitment to one another. That's got to be the best of our energy. But I've seen brothers over the years, they give their best to their own personal pursuits.
Yeah.
Brothers can be on the phone all damn day long. I've seen brothers, you know what I'm talking about, texting and talking on the phone all damn day long with energy and spirit. But they don't got time to study. They got time to hustle. They got time to try to work on their stuff on the side, but there's no time for studying and reading. I see it all the time.
Yeah.
And the Most High sees it. And this is why you read in James where it says you fight and you lust and you kill for something and you don't get it. Because you're trying to go after your lust. And your energy and all your passion should be directed towards pleasing the Heavenly Father. You can give him your best.
All that power can do good.
That's the point. But our energy and spirit goes towards us.
I harness the best of my abilities, my personal gain, versus harnessing the best of my abilities for the betterment of the nation.
And this is Malachi 1. Let's continue.
Verse 23. Either a bullock or a lamb that hath anything superfluous or lacking in his parts, that mayest thou offer for a free will offering. But for a vow it shall not be accepted. Ye shall not offer unto the Most High that which is bruised, or crushed, or broken, or cut. Neither shall ye make any offering thereof in your land. Neither from a stranger's hand shall ye offer the bread of your power of any of these.
So he says we're not supposed to sit back here and take the strangers' offerings. We're supposed to sit back and offer the Most High from ourselves. Read on.
You don't hustle strangers to give the Most High.
Yeah.
It got to come from you.
No.
I gave him 10 sheep. You stole them 10 sheep from the Moabite. You didn't lose nothing, buddy.
You see how we think?
That's the game.
We'll sit back here and steal from the Moabite. This is the most exciting.
My sheep. I know 10 sheep. He sacrificed.
Come on down here. You sound like
That's the spirit of what they do, huh? That's what they was doing, huh?
You're using the Moab sound.
He took my sheep.
Oh my God, brother! God,
I had to sacrifice to the Lord.
He took my sheep out.
He took my sheep. Listen, no. What about you giving your own sacrifices to the Most High? Because Israel will go out there and get another way.
Yeah. And rob and take it. Then they say, I'm going to get a load of spoils out.
Yeah, Lord, he got his thing.
But let's keep going. I took God. Oh, you finished with verse 25?
No, sir.
Finish verse 25.
Verse 25. Neither from a stranger's hand shall ye offer the bread of your power of any of these, because their corruption is in them, and blemishes be in them.
Yep.
They shall not be accepted for you.
Let's jump back now to Malachi 1 and verse 8.
Malachi chapter 1 and verse 8. And if ye offer the blind for sacrifice, is it not evil? And if ye offer the lame and sick, is it not evil?
We say, well, it's not even because I gave something.
I know.
Israel likes to, like, we get mad when Esau plays this word game and this definition game.
Yeah.
He plays definition game. I really, technically, because you're black's an imaginary person in the book of the Black's Law.
Or they put it in like fine print.
Yeah, or the fine print game. We get mad at the fine print game. But we put the fine print game at the Most High. I gave something. It really wasn't evil. I was doing the best I could do. Why don't you feel bad for my situation? Let me play the sympathy. Playing sympathy games.
And we use the law. We play games and technicalities with the law.
Yeah.
This is how we've been doing from the beginning. We'll use the law and say, I offer the sacrifice. But you didn't do it to the letter of the law.
You don't
and with the intention behind it.
You don't appreciate what I do.
Because really what you're saying is, there's no real benefit of giving you the best of my animals, so I'm going to give you the worst of my animals. Because I'm not really getting anything back for giving you the best of what I got. What benefit am I getting? That's why it starts off with Malachi sitting back here saying that, why are you guys saying the Most High hasn't loved us? Because we're saying, what good is us giving the best of our flock if I'm not getting anything back? That is the root of the selfishness.
And then, like such one's class previously dealing with people that have anger issues, people use personal problems, emotional problems. Well, this is why I give the Most High this. When you start peeling that onion and peeling that spirit out, well, I did it because what about the Most High did this in my life? He did this in my life, and I didn't get this, I didn't get that. You damn right I'm gonna give him this. What about some? Now you're gonna use your anger to manipulate, try to manipulate the Most High.
Or we won't say the Most High. We'll put a name. We'll put a person on that. We'll say this person did this. This person did this.
This person hurt me. This person hurt me too.
Mm-hmm.
So this is why I give less.
Yeah.
Now you're just getting trauma and you're commodifying trauma.
The trauma capping that.
Yeah. Trauma capping.
Well, let's keep going.
Come. Offer it now unto thy governor. Will he be pleased with thee?
He said, if you offered the crap you're giving the Most High to the governor of your section, will he be happy with what you're giving with the Most High? If you're giving the governor this scurvy animal, this three-legged goat, is he gonna take this? Man, you gave me a great goat. Thank you. He says the damn governor of your region is gonna be pissed if you give this animal to him. But you gonna give it to me? He like, what kind of offering is if you gave this to a person in high position of the city, he would sit back and curse you out. He wouldn't even take it for himself just to have it. That's the kind of sacrifice he was giving the governor. He said, if you gave it to the governor, he wouldn't take it. So why would I take it? Read on.
Offer it now unto thy governor.
It's no different than saying how brothers work at the zones. The level of work some brothers give, would it be accepted at Esau's job? Hell no, it wouldn't. That's the same type of explanation.
Yeah.
The type of work is if you got to work for Esau at the same time you get to work in Israel, would they accept you coming late? Would you accept you coming with a shitty attitude every day? No. Not in dress code. Then why is it acceptable here? This is what Malachi is saying. We give the Most High crap effort and are mad that we don't get blessed because of it. Read on.
Will he be pleased with thee or accept thy person?
No.
Saith the Most High of hosts.
Read on.
And now I pray you, beseech the Most High that he will be gracious unto us. This hath been by your means. Will he regard your persons? saith the Most
He
High.
says, the Most High is not going to regard and think about what you need, because you can't give the Most High what He wants. Israel is always with their hand out, wondering why they're not getting no blessings. But we never sit back here like Shamchuan mentioned earlier. Let me give the Most High more. If I want more, I got to give Him more. If I want respect and consideration, let me consider Him more. That's never our equation. Our equation isn't when things are kind of slow and stagnant, let me give Him more, then I'll get more back. We never think that. That's never our deduction. We never deduce it that way. We say the Most High ain't fair, I'm going to slow down and give less. Read on.
This hath been by your means. Will He regard your persons, saith the Most High of hosts? Who is there even among you that would shut the doors for naught?
He says, who's around you that would sit back here and say, this is bull crap. We ain't sacrificing nothing until y'all give the Most High what he's supposed to give you. He says, there's nobody amongst your priesthood that will stop this. He said, there's nobody amongst the priesthood that's going to check the other priest about their crappy offerings. He said, I can't even call on anybody to stand up for this crap. What it's showing you is that we didn't have any spine amongst the leadership. There was nobody willing to go against the grain and rock any waves. They was going to let things flow how they was going to let it flow. He said, I can't even find anybody amongst the priesthood that I can use to start checking the other lane priest. Read on.
Neither do ye kindle fire on mine altar for naught. I have no pleasure in you.
He says, we're kindling fire for nothing. Why burn these? Why get all this wood and burn and keep these altars burning for nothing?
It's just for
it's for the lame sacrifices.
He says it's not even worth having the fire going every damn day.
Yeah, it's not even worth it.
What good is it if you're not giving me what I'm asking for? Now we're just going through the motions. Now we understand when Paul said in Hebrews 9, all these killing of bulls was for nothing. It didn't change our hearts.
Nope.
It didn't change our mindset. It didn't change our intention. So what good was it to have all these sacrificing animals in the first place? And that's why when Christ died, the Holy of Holies fell. And all the killing of animals was done away with, because it needed to be done away with. That wasn't changing our heart.
Because the law wasn't a fail-proof system.
Because it was weak in the flesh. It didn't get people. It didn't go at the heart of a man. It didn't sit back here and bring enough guilt inside of us to be remorseful, to want to be better. Yes.
Deuteronomy chapter 5, verse 28.
Deuteronomy chapter 5, verse 28.
Read that.
And the Most High heard the voice of your words when ye spake unto me. And the Most High said unto me, I have heard the voice of the words of this people, which they have spoken unto thee. They have well said. All they have well said. All that they have spoken. Oh, that there were such an heart in them.
The Most High said what?
Oh, that there were such an heart in them.
The Most High said, man, I wish they had the right heart. This is what he told. This is what he's telling Moses. The Most High is grieving for the fact that we have the wrong mentality. He's grieving for the fact that we got the wrong state of mind. He said, oh, I wish that they had the what?
Oh, that there was such an heart in them.
The Most High said, man, I wish better for you. I wish you had a better state of mind. That's the Most High saying, man, I wish you was a better person. It's not even the fact that the Most High want to punish us or want to reject our offering. It's just that our state of mind is so wrong. The mentality is so wrong. We got the wrong heart. We got the wrong perspective towards the Most High.
Wrong motivations.
Wrong intentions. Wrong motivations. Read.
Oh, that there was such an heart in them that they would fear me.
It said, but our people ultimately don't do what?
Fear.
That they would fear me.
We don't fear the Most High enough. And this is why we come with the worst possible offerings we can give him and expect him to take it. He said, they don't respect me enough. That's why he said in Malachi, if a son honors his father, where's my fear? And a student is master, then where's my honor? The Most High asked that same question in Malachi. But he's asking in Malachi because we got a temple now, we got walls, we got a place to worship, and we still giving the Most High lame sacrifices because we don't fear the Most High. But read on.
And keep all my commandments always,
Go ahead.
that it might be well with them,
He said that life would be better for them. Read on.
and with their children forever.
Go ahead.
Go say to them, get you into your tents again.
So the Most High told Moses this. Listen, go put them in the tent. Moses, you stay right here. Tell the people go back to their tents. Read on.
But as for thee, stand thou here by me,
Read.
and I will speak unto thee all the commandments, and the statutes, and the judgments, which thou shalt teach them, that they may do them in the land which I have given them to possess it.
So, question is, why did the Most High give us the law? He said, previous to that, we just read it in 29. Why did the Most High give us the law in the first place? Because we didn't have the right heart, and we didn't have enough fear in Him. So that's why He gave us the law. He gave us the law because we had the wrong mentality to begin with. We didn't have enough fear in the Lord to begin with.
Yep.
So then He gave us a law to help aid us in that. And then, here we come to Hebrews. We didn't follow the law enough. The law wasn't perfect in the fact that it gave us the right heart.
Yep.
So then He took the law away and brought in Christ, so there's no more sacrifice. The law of sacrifice was done away with.
Because listen, instead of killing animals, you got to learn to sacrifice yourself.
Exactly.
So you're sitting back and giving this about animals. It's really about giving your life up. So let's take the animals out the way because you're so caught up on an animal or a sacrifice. Really realize you're the living sacrifice that has to be given in order to please the Heavenly Father.
So the law was just given to us,
Schoolmaster,
because we couldn't fear the Lord and we didn't have the right mentality to begin with. So then we were given the law, couldn't keep the law and learn how to love our brothers. So then Christ had to come be a sacrifice, to be the best sacrifice, so that we could come back, and if we submit our lives after Christ and pattern our lives after Christ, which is completely selfless, then we could give the Most High some type of offering that's respectable. Then we can give the Most High some type of offering that's worthy to be counted as a sacrifice. Because now, instead of meeting the best bull and best goat standard, I'm meeting Christ's standard. Mm-hmm. Now, if I can meet Christ's standard of being selfless, that's just good. That's better than 10 bulls and 10 goats.
that's the point.
That's more valuable than 5 healthy oxen.
My life is a living sacrifice is more important than the animal's life.
Than the animals' lives. And so He's showing you it started off from having the wrong heart. We got a law, still had the wrong heart. A better example had to be brought because our conscience still defiled.
Yep.
And then now we only have Christ. His example is what we have left to show the Most High that we want to give Him the right offering. The right offering now is, do you pattern your life after Christ? That's how you show the Most High that you fear the Lord now.
Yeah.
Because it shows you from the very beginning we had the wrong mind. Before the law was given to us,
Yep.
we didn't have the right mind.
Yep. You read that in in 2nd Ezra, where it said we had that stony heart in us that the Most High never took away. He never took that stony heart away from us, even though He gave us the law.
Yeah.
We still were black-hearted. We still were hateful.
Chapter 3.
Yeah, chapter 3. Yeah. Read it.
2nd Ezra chapter 3, verse 20.
Read that.
And yet tookest thou not away from them a wicked heart.
He never took the wicked heart away from us, even though we had the law. This is why when you sit back here and read about Christ, the only way for the Spirit to come to you is if you cleave to Him. And if you abide in Christ, it tells you in St. John 15, if you abide in Christ, Christ will send His Spirit into you. That's the only way to kill that wicked spirit. Because we had all these laws and still had a wicked heart. Yeah. Still didn't care. The only way to kill that wicked heart is to give your life to Christ and abide in Him and commit yourself to how He does things. That's the only way to neutralize that wickedness that's inside of us. The only way. No other way worked. But God, that's all. That was perfect. But that goes back on what Chapter 1 said about that black heart.
think I made this point too. And people still even try to look for loopholes in Christ.
All the time.
People go into, well, he died for past, present, and future sins. So there's nothing I can do I really can't sin. It's
I don't have to keep the law at all.
sin because I believe in him in my heart, and I believe him. I have a personal relationship with my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. So you're using that whole succession of words really as, okay, so I'm not going to go to heaven, and I'm going to go ahead and do what I want to do.
Just confess his name.
But I confessed his name. It's the same mentality. Just now that the Most High has used Christ as the measurement, you're putting that same mentality in this condition to try to get your way using Christ.
Only good thing in that is we can prove that isn't abiding in Christ.
Yeah, we can prove that. But some people will not read the scriptures and believe these loose loose statements so they can walk around with no guilt.
Yep.
It's all the time. Happens all the time.
Got it. So let's finish up in this Malachi.
We can finish that.
Oh, you got one, sorry.
Yeah, Deuteronomy.
Verse 30, Deuteronomy chapter 5, verse 32. Ye shall observe to do, therefore, as the Most High, your power, have commanded you. Ye shall not turn aside to the right hand or to the left. Ye shall walk in all the ways which the Most High, your power, have commanded you, that ye may live, and that it may be well with you.
So if we would have had the right heart from the beginning, and we would have had enough fear of the Lord from the beginning, life would have went well. That's why he said that in 29. He says, "Oh, that there was such an heart in them, that they would fear me and keep my commandments always, that it might be well with them." So it would have been well with us if we would have just had enough fear of the Lord by itself and enough humility to follow his commandments. But then he has to lay down more rules and more laws in order for us to live well. Now, if we want to live well, we have to have commandments. Now that Christ, he replaced the law and sacrifice. Now, if we want to live well, you got to follow after Christ. All these are just different amendments that have to be in place in order for us to live well.
Yeah.
Simply because we didn't have enough fear from the beginning.
Yep.
We didn't have enough respect for the Most High from the jump, which he's pleading for us in Malachi chapter 1. He's pleading for us to do that.
Everything you said was perfect. I just wanted to say, when you said amendment, I remember I've talked to Kawakaba about that, and he just said, listen, you got to be careful, because if we say amendment, it almost comes like the Most High changes things. But what he's really doing, he's showing us mercy. These amendments that we call amendments and these adjustments we see the Most High doing and Christ doing, it's the Lord's mercy. I don't think we'll have time to go into it today, but the Most High's mercy is why he keeps creating different ways to get us to see the same thing. Because that's what he's doing.
It's like a parent. If you clean your room, okay, cool. If you can just make sure you put your shoes in the corner. Whatever you gotta do, whatever it takes to get you to kind of practice good behavior.
You start working this way, working towards that direction.
And I use the word amendment because there is amendments in the law, such as the Pharisees asked Christ, then why did Moses write a law of divorce?
Mm-hmm.
Because Christ had to come back and remind them in the beginning it was not so.
Yeah.
He said, but because the hardness of men's hearts,
yes,
this divorce had to be added. A law of divorce was given or instituted. So small tweaks had to be made simply because we were that much more wicked.
Yeah.
So then now the Most High got to make extra adjustments due to our wickedness.
That's true.
Because the law is the least we can do to please the Heavenly Father.
Yep.
The law is the least.
It's the minimum.
Even the Sabbath. People talk about the Sabbath, the Sabbath, the Sabbath. The reality is, the Most High was just saying, can you give one day to the Most High? Where are we at now? We're reading the Bible every day. Because that's what it was supposed to be. It wasn't supposed to be one day just go to the temple and watch godly people do spiritual things. We weren't even reading back then. Were we? All we were doing is just go to the temple and pray. That was the bare minimum. That's what the law was. But really, Christ said you got to abide in Christ every single day. You got to give your mind to the Lord every single day if you really want to get the kingdom. So, and additionally, I wasn't really attacking. I was just trying to say that people will use a word like abide, or not a word like abide, but a minute.
No, I didn't take it. I didn't take it. I just want to be clear.
Yeah.
Because I know sometimes people will hear things and they take it and say, well, men means change. So all the laws are changed.
And that was why I was saying because people will take it the wrong way.
They'll take it the wrong way.
Misconstrue it and say, oh, yeah, that means the Most High's changing the law. Most High said he changed not. He hasn't changed anything.
Because pork ain't never been clean.
That's the point.
Because people think that, that used to be the old law. Bacon was bad because they had no refrigerators. Yeah. Or they just couldn't keep it cold. Yeah, they just said, well, because now we got refrigerators now. Yeah, so now we got Whirlpool, we keep it cool. So now pork is clean. Or they didn't have grain fed. They have grain fed pork. I got grain fed pork. Pork is pork, swine is swine. The Most High didn't change. That's still wicked. Bacon is still illegal. Still unlawful. Still an abomination to the Most High. Pepperoni, still an abomination. Ham, still an abomination. So we take things because we're the ones. The Most High said, "My people rest my words every day."
Yes.
We're the ones that twist the Bible to fit us.
Yep.
Twist the narrative to match our life or our lust.
Yep.
We're the ones that do that.
What's that saying you just said again?
How people rest?
Yeah.
Rest.
Rest. WERST.
The word every day.
I'm sorry. WREST. WREST.
Rest like a wrestler.
Wrestle.
Yeah.
Like a wrestler. Okay.
They fight it.
They twist each other.
Yes.
It means to twist.
Yes.
Okay.
We're the one that, it's in Psalms.
It's in Deuteronomy. There's a bunch of rest verses.
Mm-hmm. Rest in judgment.
Psalm. Yeah, 56 and 5.
Read it.
Psalms 56, verse 5. Every day they rest my words.
Every day we try to find, like I mentioned earlier, try to find loopholes. Every day we try to find a loophole in the law. Or a loophole in the Bible. Why I got to find a way I can get this flesh satisfied without looking bad or feeling guilty, and to make it look like it was done in honor or respect. It was respectable. He said every day we always twisting the Most High's words looking for loopholes.
Yep. No doubt.
Even for the say, well, that was in the Old Testament. That's why he gave us a New Testament. Even in that garbage statement is a way of twisting up the intention of following the law.
Yep.
We don't got to do that. We don't got to do that no more. That's why it's old. That's why it's called the old. You'll listen to a pork chop preacher, and you don't have you eating that word all day long. That's the Old Testament, brother. We got to follow the Old Testament and embellish on that. You got to watch people that like to twist the understanding to make it fit their narrative.
And now, as I talked to the brother a couple of days ago, I said, "Listen, man, stop using all these extra words to add on to a point, and that's not what the word says. Let's stay in the text of the word. Let's stop adding words to things and thinking that's the spirit, because it ain't the spirit. Because you're injecting too much of you into it." But on that point, 2 Peter 3, I'm not going there. It talks about how Peter said that Paul's message was for the unlearned mind is difficult, because when you sit back here and hear what Paul is saying, it makes you think that you don't got to follow the law no more, and that's not the case. All Paul was trying to teach is, on top of the basic framework the law gave us, you have to have what Christ brought to the table to piece the whole thing together. Because if you don't have no soul behind that frame of the law, you ain't got this. The spirit ain't with you anyway. If you don't have no love and embrace that your life is a living sacrifice on top of the law, then you're really just going through the motions. You know what I'm saying? Let's finish up this Malachi if we can. You got more on that?
No, that's it.
Okay, let's continue. Malachi 1 and 11. No. It is 11, yes. Yes, 11.
Malachi chapter 1, verse 11. For from the rising of the sun, even unto the going down of the same, my name shall be great among the Gentiles.
The crazy thing is this. This chapter in Malachi was addressed to the Levites. The Most High is like, God damn it, can I get somebody in leadership position to be this shining light to the world so the world can learn me too? Why is he pissed off at Levi? He's like, can you just give me my basic damn sacrifices? Can you do things the right way so that you and the priesthood can be an example to the world? It was the same expectation and request the Most High have for the kings. Can you just put me first so the rest of the world can learn to adapt and lock into me and follow me. Hold this and just go to Matthew chapter 5 and verse 11.
Matthew chapter 5, verse 11.
We were supposed to go back. We're going to go back into Malachi, but then he's mad at the priests, the leaders, because this is what the Most High wanted from us in the beginning. Matthew 5, read that.
Matthew chapter 5, verse 11. Blessed are ye when men shall revile you and persecute you, and shall say all manner of evil against you falsely for my sake. Rejoice and be exceeding glad, for great is your reward in heaven. For so persecuted they the prophets which were before you. Ye are the salt of the earth. But if the salt have lost his savor, wherewith shall it be salted? It is thenceforth good for nothing, but to be cast out and to be trodden under foot of men.
Everything you're reading in Matthew 5 is talking about Israelites. The leadership. The nation was supposed to be what? Read verse 14.
Verse 14. Ye are the light of the world. A city that is set on a hill cannot be hid.
Jerusalem was supposed to be the city on the hill. Israel was supposed to be the light of the entire world. We were supposed to be the example of how to be a God-fearing, spiritual people in hopes that the rest of the world would follow us and imitate us to learn the Most High themselves. There were short stints in which our belief system and our piety rubbed off on the nations to the point where they wanted to serve the Most High themselves. But as soon as we do that, we act a damn fool, and the nations lose respect for us and lose respect for the Most High. The Most High has been from the beginning. Let this go and go to Deuteronomy chapter 4. Matter of fact, read verse 15 still. Read verse 15 and 16.
Verse 15. Neither do men light a candle and put it under a bushel, but on a candlestick, and it giveth light unto all that are in the house. Let your light so shine before men, that they may see your good works, and glorify your Father which is in heaven.
The purpose of us being on point was for the nations to see our good work, and then they glorify the Heavenly Father. It was always supposed to be that way. We just couldn't consistently operate in order enough to get the world to respect the Lord. Now we let this go and go to Deuteronomy chapter 4 and 5, because this was said the same way during Moses' time.
Deuteronomy chapter 4 and verse 5.
Read that.
Behold, I have taught you statutes and judgments, even as the Most High my power commanded me, that ye should do so in the land whither ye go to possess it. Keep therefore and do them.
We were supposed to keep the laws, statutes, and commandments. Read on.
For this is your wisdom.
This is your what?
This is your wisdom.
Not your confusion.
Mm-hmm.
This is your wisdom. If you keep these disciplines. No
Yes. Read on.
For this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the nations, which shall hear all these statutes and say.
They would hear these statutes and they would see our conduct and say what?
And say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people.
Read on.
For what nation is there so great, who hath the Most High so nigh unto them, as the Most High our power is in all things that we call upon him for?
Why do you think we're reading this? Because Most High was like, if we become that city on the hill, the rest of the world will want to follow us. The rest of the world will want to follow the Most High. It was always about us being the right example and letting our example shine before the rest of the world so the world can learn to follow the Heavenly Father. This is what's going to happen at the end. What's going to happen at the end was what he intended for us to operate from the beginning in Deuteronomy, to what Christ was explaining in chapter 5 of Matthew. We were supposed to be that light so the world can sit back and see our actions and pattern themselves after how honorably we operate. This is what it was about. This is why, with all that being said, we go back to Malachi 1 and 11.
Malachi chapter 1, verse 11. For from the rising of the sun, even unto the going down of the same,
From the east and to the west, the entire world, read on.
my name shall be great among the Gentiles.
He says, my name's going to be great whether y'all ingrates figure it out or not. I'm trying to give the kings, I've been giving the priests, I'm giving all of y'all a chance to be the light of the world for the nations to flow up into and follow. But if y'all don't want to do it, the nations are going to get taught the Bible regardless. This is what he's saying. He's always talking to the leaders. If y'all don't, if y'all look at serving me as a burden, then forget y'all. I'm going to work around y'all. And I'm going to sit back here and get the nations taught regardless. Read on.
And in every place incense shall be offered unto my name, and a pure offering.
It hasn't happened yet. Hasn't.
No.
The rest of the world is doing them. He said, I got to sit back here and let all these nations get a shot because y'all don't want to do it right. Y'all didn't want to do it right. Now the rest of the world got to run their course. Everything fall apart. We have apocalypse world. And then once I take that evil heart out of you, then you're going to come back and do what I wanted you to do from the time of the beginning. We're going to it in a few weeks. We'll finish it up of these judgment times. But the purpose of everything was for us to sit back here and teach the Gentiles in the first place. Read on.
For my name shall be great among the heathen, saith the Most High of Hosts.
Despite the Most High's name not even being great amongst our own people. He says it's going to be great amongst these nations anyway. He's telling you this verse. He's telling you the intention of why he wanted us to be great in the first place. Be great and lead and love serving me so I can use you as a tool to teach the rest of the world. Man, we're whack, bro. Our leadership skills is poor. We're not as powerful as we act like we are. Let's keep going.
Verse 12. But ye have profaned it, and that ye say, the table of the Most High is polluted.
He says, but you profane this, the opportunity for you guys to teach the nations. You profaned it, and it says the table of the Lord is polluted. Because it is. The offerings are polluted. The sacrifices are polluted. The examples are polluted. Read on.
And the fruit thereof, even its meat, is contemptible.
Mm-hmm.
Ye said also, behold.
Well, what they're saying is, read verse 12 again.
Verse 12. But ye have profaned it, and that ye say, the table of the Most High is polluted, and the fruit thereof, even its meat, is contemptible.
What is he saying? He says, because your example is so poor, your actions are telling the nations, you don't want to do this. You don't want to serve the Most High. There's no benefit to it. He says, you're saying my table is corruptible and contemptible. It's disgusting. It's just like when we sit back here and we walk around here with sad faces and angry faces with doing the work of the Lord. What are we telling outside people? You don't want to come in.
You don't want to do
this. You don't want to do this true thing, bro. This is not all it's cracked up to be. Or when young sisters see older sisters that are married and they see them with sad faces, sisters are like, why are you so sad? It might be better off out here in them streets.
Run while you have a chance.
It might be better to belong to the streets than with a husband. That's the face sisters be having. And the face brothers be having. In the work. And it runs all people. Because certain people just don't find joy in serving the Lord. And he's saying the same thing about the priesthood. I'm trying to get the rest of the world to lock into y'all. But y'all, listen. And he says, I've had, what's his name? King Cyrus of Persia sit back here and take an interest into serving the Lord. I've had King Artaxerxes and Xerxes have an interest towards serving the Lord. But then they see your priesthood. They might, I don't want to follow this damn BS. They're not happy. The priests aren't happy. The priests aren't giving offerings. They're giving half-ass offerings. They regret serving the Lord. Why am I going to sit back here and give more of my time to learn about the Lord?
Let's stick to Zoroaster.
Yeah. I will sit with Zoroaster and all these Egyptian deities and Babylonian deities.
This is with the wing deity
Yeah.
with the chicken head. Let's keep serving that God.
Yeah.
Because you make the Most High look crazy.
That's the point. That's what he's saying. Our lack of happiness serving the Lord makes the Lord look bad. So most of the time, I'm going to have the nation go serve me regardless of your ungrateful asses. That's what he's saying. It's messed up. Right?
And then we get mad because they misunderstand the scriptures. Well, it was your job to teach them.
That
was your job.
You were supposed to first teach them with having gladness and joyfulness of heart doing the work.
You were supposed to educate my people. Now they got the Bible. They're breaking it down all weird and pull out weird understandings. Like,
Bro.
that's not even saying that.
But
That would never have happened
if our affective attitude was so jacked up.
Yeah, if you were the one that presented the information to them and you were in the right spirit to make it honorable, they would have to sit here and put their ooga booga understanding and their mythologies in the scriptures. The angels came down and they were laying with the women and they were doing all kinds.
Because even right now, Christianity is a bastardized version.
It's bastardized
of what the message is really supposed to be. When you sit back here and read about the early Christians were Hebrews. They had a greater understanding of both sides of the scriptures. Then Esau took it and bastardized it. But we're mad at them because they bastardized us, but we bastardized it first. Because we weren't appreciative enough to be a good example for the nations to pattern themselves after us. So they just took the knowledge and made it based upon them. But we're mad at them because we didn't appreciate it enough to keep it. Doesn't make any sense.
You don't understand the book that I don't want to keep.
That's the point. And you don't respect the book that I didn't respect first before you don't respect it. We didn't respect it first before you now disrespect it. But the Most High's like, they weren't supposed to respect it because it wasn't for them in the first place.
How dare you not follow something that I don't want to follow either.
That's what I'm saying, right?
That's crazy.
That's how we're operating. Anyway, bro. Let's continue on. Verse 13.
Malachi 1:13. He said also, behold, what a weariness is it.
What a weariness is it to serve the Lord. Man, this is so burdensome to sit back and commit these sacrifices every day. But it sucks to give to the Most High every single day of the week. It sucks to sit back here and put yourself last every day. Boy, you don't want to do this. You can't live your life.
It's wearisome. That's the funny part. We will be tired for what we care about. Listen.
You ain't gonna be tired when you're out in the streets doing what you want to do.
Let it be hooping. I think my lost Jacob. Listen, I hoop all day.
10 games, 10, 12 games,
all day.
And you got energy to drink dark liquor and go to the club afterwards.
But listen, brothers in the NBA, drink liquor in the
halftime. Write our test out.
Yeah, drink liquor, reek of liquor. And then still go out and score like 20 points out of your rebound. Like, brothers do it when they want. When you care and you believe in it and it's what you want to do. One cat got shot. This is years ago. This is a story brother dropped.
Awesome,
I mean, he's a New York cat. Him and his mama so dope together. He was committed, right? He got shot by some ops. They just blasted him up and he went to the hospital. And then he healed from all his wounds out and went right back on the same car and started selling dope again. And they said, get off my block. So they shut him up. He got well, went back to the block, and kept selling out.
Jake respect
and everybody's like, you know what? Let him sell out. This dude believes in trapping out. His mama's trapping. He's trapping. He got shot. He's still trapping. Let him have his block.
The hood respects that.
They respect that. Listen, Jake will go all out for something stupid, what they believe in. For a sport.
But what do we do?
For the dope trade.
For pimping?
For pimping?
That's what Jake does too. Jake will do that too.
Brothers will be humble. I gotta find the best max in the country. I'm gonna pull their coat and study all the game they got. One day I'm gonna rise and be the greatest pimp ever. Oh, you have motivation.
That's how like Martin Luther King said.
Exactly.
You'll be a pimp general in that realm.
General?
Yeah, they're gonna study in detail and do all the work. That's the truth. It's the truth. But let it be the Most High, brother. You can't get
it's weariness. What a weariness it is to the Most High.
Brother, shoulders like this, brother. Shoulders like broken shoulders out. I can't get up in the morning. I can't muster the energy. I can't muster.
I'm so sad. I'm battling so many spirits. There's so many spirits I'm fighting on.
Or let it be gaming for the new generation. Let it be gaming. Brothers will game 24 hours straight. Use the bathroom. Drink a whole bunch of
a lot of Mountain Dew.
Eat pizza.
Shoot a lot of Mountain Dew, a
And
lot of uppers out. Upper sodas.
I got ADHD. I can't focus. I got ADHD. But let it be the game they want to play. 12 hours straight. 30-minute walk. 30
I got him.
That's the spirit.
I got you. It's coming. I got you. Hey, watch your flank.
Exactly.
That's all they doing, huh?
Listen. It's on every level. If it's a video game, if it's the dope trade, if it's sports, if it's just a job. Some brothers can go to their job and work all day because I'm getting paid.
Yeah,
I know.
Listen, but I remember when the oil field came out, bro. People out in the sun risking death out.
Yeah.
Risking death in the sun, busting their tail. But they know they come home, they got a fat check.
Yeah, they call it no risk, no reward.
There you go.
Yeah.
I think we understand the risk when it's something we want.
When you get something out the deal. But once again,
glory.
what are the priests saying? He says, ye said also, behold, what a weariness is it.
Yeah.
Man, it is a weariness to serve the Lord. It is a weariness to dedicate your life. Because these Levites, they were supposed to dedicate their life to the Most High. They're saying, man, it's a weariness to serve the Lord. It sucks.
I don't want that job.
This is a dirty job, like Mike Rose said. That's what they're saying. I should have known it's a dirty job.
Wow.
And he's like, I'm supposed to use these clowns to teach the nations about serving the Most High? Like, this is horrible. You're like, this isn't going to work. You're going to read in Malachi 3, and the Most High's like, I got to sit back here and send Christ here out to change your heart. To clean up the cesspool of the priesthood. Yeah. He says that.
That's crazy.
I got to bring, that's one of the reasons amongst many others, I got to bring Christ to clean up the priesthood. Yeah. And then Christ ends up talking about in Luke 22 how the priest wanted Christ dead, and that's why the priest had to be eradicated. The priest didn't sit back here all throughout the Gospels. The priest didn't sit back here and say, you know what? Christ is teaching us a good message. He's purifying us. Let's change. They said we got to kill the heir. Because if we kill the heir, then we get the throne.
Wow.
And Christ said, because you want to kill the heir, I got to eradicate the priesthood in general. And that's why he wiped out the priesthood like he wiped out the kingships. Because both were corrupted and couldn't be salvaged after a period of time. That's why all the burnt offerings and the sacrifices and the priest titles and the priest responsibilities were done away with. That's why we're not talking about priest this and priest that and priest this. We ain't no priest. He did away with the priesthood because the priesthood were corrupt. He did away with the monarchies because the monarchies were corrupt. If we was going to operate in priest world, then you couldn't be teaching the word of the Most High like this if you were a Levite. How about that? We couldn't be performing priestly duties if you weren't a Levite. He got rid of it because it was corrupted. 1,500 years we were corrupt priests. 1,500 years we were corrupt kings. Well, 1,000 years of corrupt kings. You get the point. We're showing ourselves, we're showing the Most High, we couldn't handle it, and through this whole process, we're hating every minute of serving the Most High.
We disrespect the office of serving the Most High.
If they're saying, the priest saying, man, it's weariness to sit back here and serve the Lord. It's weariness to sit back and commit all your sacrifice and offerings. And listen, that's all you have to do. And you're saying it's weariness.
If you understand what they're doing, they're keeping the people in good standings with the Father. Every sacrifice they're sitting up on that altar, it's the Most High receiving that offering and giving the people more grace and more time.
Remember Job said, I'm going to sacrifice his animals because maybe my children might have made a mistake. So I got to do sacrifice animals for them to save them and protect them.
He said, I'm going to pray. He was praying in advance.
Praying and sacrificing animals for. Or it was a prayer. You're right.
Prayer.
What's the point, though? The point still is this. The priesthood has to sit back here. They're the first line of defense to protect the people. Those daily offerings, the morning offering and the evening sacrifice, was to sit back here and forgive all of our sins on a daily basis. That's what it was for. And these priests are like, this is weariness of flesh. Why was it weariness? Because they weren't getting nothing out the deal. It's only weariness. Doing the work of the Most High is only burdensome if you want something else out the deal. If you got an itch, you ain't scratched.
But if you're salvaging the people's relationship with the Father, if you're restoring relationships, you're building relationships, now the people are in good standing with the Most High. That's the biggest joy you could have anyway. Because now your people's in a good place. They're in a good state. They're in a healthy state. Now they're unified back to the Father. When you read about John the Baptist, John the Baptist was Elijah. Christ said in Matthew chapter 11, he said, y'all didn't understand that Elijah already came. He said to unify the father's hearts back to the children and the children's hearts back to the fathers. The Most High, Christ understood the job of John the Baptist, or better yet, Elijah. It was a job of restoration. You can read that in Malachi later on. We're not there yet. We're just in Malachi chapter 1. But when you read about Malachi chapter 4, or 3 and 4, he talks about before Christ returns, there's going to be restoration and wholesomeness between the people with their fathers. What he's talking about is the children of Israel back to the Most High. Mm-hmm. That's actually what he's referring to as well, is that the children of Israel that have been in captivity in North, Central, and South America, they're going to return their spirit, and they're going to unify back to the Most High. And that was the intention behind Elijah coming, or John the Baptist coming, to get the people's hearts ready to embrace the Most High again. What better job is it that you can have on earth than to restore people's hearts back to the Father?
God.
That's the best job you can have.
Yeah.
Unless you want something in return.
Unless you want something for you.
Unless you want something for you.
I know. All facts, son. All facts. So let's read verse 13 and 14 and get to this Josephus part real quick. Read that.
Malachi chapter 1, verse 13. Ye said also, behold, what a weariness is it.
Crazy, huh?
And ye have snuffed at it.
Snuffed at the honor of serving the Most High. And that's what we do. I'm not getting anything out of this. I want to get out of here. You're snuffing at the opportunity to lead your people back to Christ. You're spitting on Christ. You're spitting on the work by you not wanting to be here and be happy serving the Most High. You're spitting at the opportunity.
We said another day, another 50 cents.
Kinda.
Another day, another quarter.
Mm-hmm.
It's little bitty statements that we make, little small statements that we make to show that it's a little bit of grievousness
we're snuffing
involved,
at the
that we're snuffing at the position, and it's little stuff.
Oh, show disgust.
Yeah, rank. I guess rank ain't no big deal.
Yep.
Yeah, what's the point of having all this rank? I don't got no time for myself. I don't got no study time. I'm just complaining about not having no study time.
You guys say that you still got you time. The problem is you got study time, but you can't do the work, study time, and you.
Yeah,
that's the problem. Anyway,
it's little complaints that people make, and you can show that they show their displeasure in the work that they do for the Lord. You know, instead of having ultimate joy for doing the work, it's little statements, little slick, sly, corner of the mouth statements that people make to let it be known. I really don't want to do this, I'm here. Yep. Well, how you doing, brother? I'm here, brother.
Yeah.
What does that mean? I'm here. Hey, Shalom, brother, how you doing? I'm here. What the hell does that mean? What does it mean you're here? Well, it's best that you not be here if you just don't say I'm here.
That's why Christ said, I'd rather you be hot or cold.
Be hot or cold.
Because if you're lukewarm, I can get you out of there quick, man. I'd rather you be hot or cold because it's easier to judge. You sitting back here playing this middle, now you gotta sit. I gotta sit back and do all this checking and looking and over checking. Just leave.
And he still reject you. He say spew you out the mouth. So for people that just say, "How you doing, brother?" I'm holding on. Yeah, brother, you just holding on.
Just hold on over there. and see how it feels when you get your ass kicked.
You know what the scripture say? He said, "Why cumbereth the ground?" Yeah. When you got branches or trees that just dead log. That is a dead tree. He said, "Why cumbereth the ground?" Why you making it hard on the soil and the nutrients? Why are you stealing nutrients then? Them nutrients could have been went to somewhere else or to somebody else that had a desire to do the job. You make it hard on you sucking up nutrients. Or it's like a dead leaf.
It's a waste of space.
Stealing nutrients from the sun, blocking sunlight to the other green branches that want to grow.
It's crazy, bro. And that's the thing, read on.
And ye have snuffed at it, saith the Most High of Hosts. And ye brought that which was torn.
And that's how you know when you give wax sacrifices, it's because you're discontented and you're not happy with the life the Most High has given you. That's why we don't give the 100% of our sacrifice, because we're unhappy serving the Lord. He's given the understanding as to why we're giving bad offerings. We're just not happy. So we give the Most High little because we're not happy with what He's given us. Man, this life is full of weariness. So I'm going to give the Most High nothing.
So your disposition comes first.
Read on.
And ye brought that which was torn, and the lame, and the sick. Thus ye brought an offering. Should I accept this of your hand?
Should I accept this bad offering because you're mad at me because you're not happy with your life?
You can't see the good of serving the Lord?
You can't see how the Most High daily loadeth us with benefits?
Or you can't value your lot. The lot the Lord is giving you. You can't value the lot the Lord is giving you. The borders the Most High give you, the lots the Most High, the amount of substance that you've received in this life is not. You're not contented with the substance the Father's given you. That's a problem. That's what leads to the lame sacrifice. That's what leads to the envy. So it leads to the lust. So it leads to crossing lines and breaking rules and breaking codes. Because I'm not content with what the Most High's given me. That means I don't value what the Most High's given you.
Yeah. And that's why He won't give you more. Why would He give you more if you haven't valued what you've gotten initially? Read on.
Saith the Most High, verse 14. But cursed be the deceiver.
He says He calls us a deceiver when we give the Most High little, but we have more to give.
That's that.
He calls us a liar and a deceiver when we have more to give Him, but we give Him little.
Yeah, we're not lying with our mouth.
We're lying with our sacrifice.
We're lying with our sacrifice and our works. Our works are filled with.
We have more to give, but we pace what we give to Him. We give a little here. When I can give my whole life, but I give Him just a little bit.
And then when men criticize you, you take
the little you had and back.
You take offense. Like, I cannot believe you were critiquing me.
Yes.
When I've given something, or I've given. How come you say I gave 100%? That's like the biggest lie we ever tell. We tell.
We're liars. What he said? We're liars. We lie to ourselves.
We say I gave 100%.
Didn't you read it earlier about you can never go far enough?
Yes, in Ecclesiastes 43.
That's perfect time right there, because what he said is you can never do too much for the Lord.
God.
I remember you bringing it out. Yeah, you can never do too much. So because the people, what we start doing is quantifying and measuring. We start measuring our effort. And we start dictating what we can have time for, what we can do for the Lord, and what we can't. I gotta have this day for myself. So because I got things, I got plans. So I can't give what you're asking me to give because I got these other things set up.
But that's the deceiver right there. That's a great example of how people have been deceiving themselves all for many years.
43:30.
Yep.
Please ask somebody get it real quick.
Okay.
Please.
Ecclesiastes chapter 43. Verse 30. When ye glorify the Lord, exalt Him as much as ye can, for even yet will He far exceed. And when ye exalt Him, put forth all your strength.
The lie is that I'm dissembling as if I gave all my strength. It's a classic mall situation. Listen, why'd you come through today with why'd you make one sale today, the whole day? It's like 9 hours today. You made one sale? I gave it all. What? The results show you didn't give it all. Or brother made 300. But he stopped producing from 4 o'clock to 9. 5 hours went by, he made one sale. You had 300 at 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock. You had 300 at 4 o'clock.
And then there you go. You gotta go. You gotta go to the mall and sneak up, go to the top tier and see him laying down and chilling.
Brothers start getting the best food, taking little naps and eating cookies and telling jokes with people, hanging out. But from 4 to 9, what happened from 4 to 9? What happened to your sacrifice then? Well, I got the total. What are you tripping on?
Yep.
There's no room for critique because I gave you enough. Or I'm lying about what I did. Either way, the lie is that I gave the Most High. Read that point again.
Come. When ye glorify the Lord, exalt Him as much as ye can.
Is it not the lie?
Yeah. Yep.
I exalted Him as much as I could. Or I'm doing the best I can. That's we crying in council. Ooh, is this one? Those
are devil's tears.
Devil tears. You got to in the corner, and the Spirit finally puts up in the corner. The Spirit finally has a spirit where you can get critiqued with the scriptures. Boys want to cry. I do the best I can. And you're just trying to push counsels away because you don't want to adjust. We cry not to adjust. It's not I'm crying because I don't have answers. That's the word they're crying for. Let me cry because I don't know what I'm doing. Let me cry because I don't have instruction. Let me cry because I'm trying my best and I'm still failing. That's worthy of crying. But when I'm crying to push you off me and push the critique off me and push away the eyeball and the spirit of finding what's the solution to your issue, I'm crying to get the counsel over to go home. Those are wicked tears. We want sympathy when it comes to our flaws and issues, but we don't have the same sympathy when it comes to somebody else that serves us. When it comes to our ribs or what we expect of brothers, we have a general perspective when it comes to men around us. We can look and see all the flaws in all the men around us. But when it comes to our flaws, case closed. We're just unfair people. So this book is what's made to make us fair. We're unfair as priests. We're unfair as servants. We're unfair as kings. We're even unfair as lepers. We're on the bottom. We're not fair with each other.
And the scriptures say, we have not, strive against flesh and blood, fighting for the truth. We have not, how does it go?
You're not resistant.
Resisted unto flesh and blood, or resisted unto blood, striving for the truth.
Yeah.
Meaning, when nobody's in there getting cut up with swords and getting arrows shot at them for the Most High.
Yep.
So he's saying the conditions aren't really made that bad, so that you got to tell yourself the control and the governor that you put over your output. Because we want to have the control button on how much we give the Most High. I want to dictate that button. I want to control that knob to say, can I give the Most High actually more? Or I've done everything I could. We want to be able to control that. Yep. We want to say, no, I think I did enough today. I did enough today. But read on in the verse.
Yeah. When ye glorify the Lord, exalt him as much as ye can. For even yet will he far exceed. And when ye exalt him, put forth all your strength, and be not weary, for ye can never go far enough.
So, but we're the ones that say, I did enough.
Yep.
I had 3 hours of Sabbath class. That's enough Bible for the day.
For the week.
For the week, right?
For the weekend.
Yeah.
At least for the weekend.
I had my fill. Well, that you can do more.
Kinda.
You study 30 minutes, you can do an hour.
Yep.
You study an hour, you can do 2.
Yep.
You can do 4.
What you don't realize is you don't really zone in until you get an hour in. You'll study it. Your mind is doing this pew, 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 for 30 minutes.
phone swiping,
mind jumping. You don't really get a lather until an hour 15 minutes in.
YouTube videos.
And then I don't half the crew is like hour 15 before you get started. Shit, I don't know if I can do that. You ain't gonna ever really understand the Most High. If you can't get to that point, you can be walking around here saying, "Man, the Bible is weariness. Serving the Most High is weariness of flesh."
I get so tired.
It's so tiring doing God's work. If you can't put some real time to study, you ain't gonna see the power. That's the truth.
Yeah, brother say, it's old English. I can't understand it. But then when it comes to meeting a woman, they'll get on Google and do Google Translate to speak Spanish to get a woman.
Yes, they will. They will learn the language.
They will learn it. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Ustedes? You know what I'm saying? Me llamo es whatever. Yeah, but they'll do all the Google translators when it comes to getting something they want, but they can't translate some old English words. You can't use a concordance.
Kinda. Yeah, that just shows you where we're at. But let's read verse 14 in the Malachi real quick.
Okay. Malachi chapter 1, verse 14. But cursed be the deceiver, which hath in his flock a male.
You got a male. You got a male, an unblemished male in your stable. You got it. You just don't give it. Read on.
And voweth and sacrificeth unto the Most High a corrupt thing.
You got what it takes to give the Most High what he wants, but you just don't give it to him. Read on.
For I am a great king, saith the Most High of hosts, and my name is dreadful among the heathen.
He's like, man, how in the hell can I get the nations have more respect for me than you? The nations have more respect for the Most High than Israel. His own children have respect for him. And because of all this negative and this weariness of flesh to serve the Most High, watch what the Most High does to us. Go to Josephus, book 11, chapter 7, paragraph 1. Once again, we're going to go to Josephus, book 11, chapter 7, paragraph
Pass it out.
1. There's more to the topic.
We don't-
We're just going to
anybody-
get right to the
Okay.
root of it, and we'll go into more of it
There's a Josephus under that table.
tomorrow. I want to make sure the reason why we did a little bit of Malachi, so we can tie it in to what we're about to read in the Josephus going down the line. Read paragraph 1.
Okay. Book 11, chapter 7, paragraph 1, page 305. When Eliashib, the high priest, was dead, his son Judas succeeded in the high priesthood.
Stop now. Scripturally, it said Joiada. Okay, so when Eliashib died, it was Joiada that took over. Sometimes the names are wrong. So Joiada was the high priest that took over after Eliashib died. Okay, read on.
And when he was dead, his son John took that dignity.
So then, remember we sat back here and read about that son who was that third generation after Eliashib. He was messing with foreign women. He had a foreign wife.
Yeah.
We read about that, right? So he says, scripturally, it didn't say that this guy John was the one that did that. He obviously had more than one son. But the John, or in other writing is Jonathan, took the high priesthood. He was the third son. It was Eliashib, Joiada, and John, or Jonathan. Read on.
On whose account it was also that Begoses...
No. Read it from the top again.
Okay. When Eliashib the high priest was dead, his son Judas succeeded in the high priesthood. And when he was dead, his son John took that dignity.
So keep this in mind with Malachi about the priesthood is eroding, the people are eroding. As soon as Nehemiah left, everything was falling apart. Just keep all these stories in mind about the erosion of the temple, the overall erosion of the morale of wanting to serve the Most High, the morale of wanting to please the Most High was down. If the priest looked at serving the Most High as a weariness, what do you think the people were thinking? You think if the priesthood looked at serving the Most High was a weariness, you don't think the people thought it was a weariness to give first fruits to the priest? That's the trickle-down effect.
Yeah.
If the priests don't want to serve the Most High, you think the people want to give to the priest and take a cut off their money? Because don't forget, they had to cut off their money for the priest, cut off their profits for the poor, and give their tribute to the king. Their profits being cut
3 times.
3 times, Zach. So, let's continue.
On whose account it was also that Begoses, the general of another Artaxerxes' army...
So now we still got Begoses, who is this general, and obviously he's the leader of that province. And he has to make sure things are in order in that provincial area. Okay? This place is called I want to say Asia Minor. But let's continue.
The general of another Artaxerxes' army polluted the temple and imposed tributes on the Jews.
This is how you break the Jew. When the Jew don't want to sit back here and serve the Most High, when the Jew is angry about doing the work for the Most High, he all of a sudden brings a general in there to wreak havoc on what you do every day. If you think you're unhappy during peacetime, how are you going to feel when a foreign general comes in and makes your life uncomfortable? You thought you had it bad serving the Most High. Now you're going to see how bad it is to have another nation come in here and lean on you. This is how it is all the time. This is the pattern. Read on.
And imposed tributes on the Jews.
This is now, on top of the regular tributes you got to pay with Artaxerxes, Begoses is putting an additional tribute on the Jews. This is what happens when Israel's unappreciative.
Complaining.
When Israel complains about the life they got, the Most High makes their life harder. You complain about not having enough for you, then okay, he gonna make you have less than enough for you then now. He gonna make it even harder. This is always the pattern. But it starts with us being unappreciative. And looking at this doing the work of the Most High as a burden. Read on.
And imposed tributes on the Jews, that out of the public stock. Before they offered, the daily
He
sacrifice.
said, out of the public stock. Before, think about this. Bagoses is saying, before you offer any sacrifice, out of your daily sacrifice, you got to offer the daily sacrifice twice. Right? Keep going.
Before they offered the daily sacrifices, they should pay for every lamb 50 shekels.
You got to pay for every lamb 50 shekels. So that means you got to pay 100 shekels a day just to do a basic offering for the nation. Now, what was happening? A shekel back in those days was equivalent to 4 days' work. So think about that. 4 days' work for 1 shekel. That means it is 4 times 50. It's 200 days of work times 2. So it's 400 days of work of a day just to do the sacrifices every day for the Most High. That was the cost that was laid upon the Levites and the Jew. That was added on top of every other expense. Because we just weren't appreciative serving the Most High with gladness and joyfulness of heart. When you sit back here and read during Ezra, we'll do it next week, Ezra chapter 6, verse 1 through 10, we didn't have to pay anything for our sacrifices. It was free of charge, and the nations covered it. What's his name? Cyrus did it. King Darius did it. When we were right with the Most High, we didn't have to pay for our sacrifice. The Roman Empire, Augustus Caesar sat back here and supplied the offerings to the Most High.
And Agrippa did too.
When we were doing things the right way, the nations covered the debt. But now we're unappreciative for even doing the work of the Most High. We're pouting about the daily sacrifice. Now we got to sit back here and spend 100 shekels a day. Because it's 50 for each offering. That's twice a day. That's 100 shekels a day, which is equivalent to 400. Well, I guess I said 400 hours of man hours of work. That means how much work it has to come out of everybody's pocket just to keep these offerings going on. The offerings came from the people, right? So that means everybody had to work 400 times harder than what they would normally have to work.
This seed better grow. It better grow.
Listen, we were working 400 times harder a day just to sit back here and offer the daily sacrifice. This is how angry the Most High was with us, because we just weren't happy doing our job. Now we know why those totals were so hard to get to us last time.
Yeah.
Because from the top to the bottom, but if everybody ain't happy doing their job, he makes your job that much harder.
It's a hard day today.
You got to work 3 times as harder to get less than what you normally get. But now as you're reading this, and you're reading this in the Josephus, there's better context as to why. The context is to why the Most High, yes, Bagoses is evil. Yes, Bagoses is a wicked general. Right? We know that without a shadow of a doubt. But let's prove Proverbs 21 and 1. Let's go there. Proverbs 21 and verse 1.
Proverbs chapter 21 and verse 1.
Read it.
The king's heart is in the hand of the Most High.
The Most High is the one that was making Bagoses be as negative to us as he was. Bagoses was the person over us. The Most High sat back here and hardened his heart towards us. Made him deal with us evilly and hate us. He did that because of punishment for us hating him. Bagoses had a disdain for us, just like we had a disdain for the Most High. We had a disdain for the work we were supposed to do for him.
That was a mirror.
If he was showing us who we are. You want to be hateful to me? I'm going to bring a person over you that's hateful to you. This is how the Most High always works with us. We're going to read this pattern from here on out. We're not going to be able to get a whole lot of Bible verses as we go into this Greek time. But we got to go over some of this that you don't get in the regular scriptures. We got to give some history because it really gives us context as to why we're getting punished and why we catch so much hell.
And it's a different time period we have to transition to. We're transitioning to a different society, a different type of culture. We're under a different type of master. So we have to understand the culture of that master's, that I hate to say it, that managerial society. The society is that the Most High had to raise up to manage us.
God, this is how the Most High does. How the Most High has the people over us, how hard they are on us, is reflective on how rebellious we are towards Him. This is something that you got to be conscious of at the job. If your boss is riding you, and they're unmerciful, it's a reflection of your pride towards the Heavenly Father. These scenarios is the perfect reflection of that. If the boss is unmerciful on you, it's because you're unmerciful doing your work as a servant, either in the camp or towards your husband. If you don't respect your husband and serve him, your boss is going to give you hell. We weren't appreciative for serving the Most High. Our governor was giving us hell. He was making us work innumerably harder because nobody was happy serving him. How the Most High always breaks us. If you don't find happiness in serving me, you're going to serve the nations.
But you're going to serve somebody.
You're going to serve somebody. But you think I'm bad. Watch what happens when this guy starts riding on you. Then Jake want to protest. Then Jake want to hell no, we won't go.
No, we want to say, oh, brother, I need to call the EEOC, brother. The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. Because I was racist, brother. They treated me was wrong, brother.
We won't be like Denzel Washington in Glory. Tear it up! Tear it up! Tear it up! We're going to sit back and protest. Get out of here, man. We do that. We were doing that against the Romans. Protesting and setting up anarchies, but not seeing the Most High always thinks us because we're rebellious towards Him. And He brings a leader on us harder than we were expecting to show us that mirror of us.
Yep.
And how wicked we are. That's the lesson. We got more. We'll do it next week. Man. Or any questions? Well, keep that in mind. When that boss is tripping, when your life is harder than what it once was, maybe it's because you were unappreciative of how your life was and you had it easier than you thought. But your outlook is so messed up, you can't see the good in what's in front of you. Any questions? All right. Like I said, we're at around the almost 5-hour mark, so we're going to send these prayers up. Hamajim, Wapanya, Yerah Shalom.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Take this up. All right. Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh Shai.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Micah Allah.
Send Micah Allah.
And the righteous angels.
And the righteous angels.
To watch over.
Watch over.
Bless.
Bless.
Heal.
Heal.
Protect.
Protect.
And make strong.
And make strong.
The people of Yahshua.
The people of Yahshua.
Also send unto us.
Also send unto us.
Much wisdom.
Much wisdom.
Much knowledge.
Much knowledge.
Much understanding.
Much understanding.
Much patience.
Much patience.
Much faith.
Much faith.
Much brotherhood.
Much brotherhood.
And much love.
And much love.
Spiritual power.
Spiritual power.
And forgive all of our sins.
And forgive all of our sins.
Yahweh Shai come quickly.
Yahweh Shai come quickly.
For in thee.
For in thee.
Is our hope.
Is our hope.
Always.
Always.
And forever.
And forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Baruch Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Baruch Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Baruch Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Baruch Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Award.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the light to see.
Number 3. Baruch Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Baruch Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barak Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Barak Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Ha'Hawa'ah. Nithal Shaman. Zayat. Lamashak. Yashua.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Okay. Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
Has made me glad through thy work.
I will triumph.
I will triumph.
In the works of thy hands.
In the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they should be destroyed forever.
It is that they should be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh.
But thou Yahweh.
Art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thy enemies.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thy enemies.
Shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity.
All the workers of iniquity.
Shall be scattered.
Shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
Mine eye also shall see.
My desire on my enemies.
My desire on my enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
Of the wicked.
Of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
There is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no righteousness in him.
Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hama'awa. Laduai. Hana. Ma. Tawab. Wama. Na'ayam. Shabbat. Akim. Gum. Yachad. Kashaman. Hatuab. Ayo. Hara'ash. Yerad. Ayo. Hazakwan. Zakwan. Aharan. Shayarad. Ayo. Haya. Manawaf Yawa. Qatar. Haramwan. Shayarad. Ayo. Haroria. Tazayawan. Kaya. Sham. Tazawa. Yahweh. Af. Habaraka. Kayayam. Havilam. Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Ba'Shem Yahshai. Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai. Rachno. Rashralia. Rabiath. Support. 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 Barak Yahweh. Barak Yahushai. Barak Yahweh. Barak Yahushai. All knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all mercy, all patience, all power from your house. All power from your house. All power from your house. Ba'Shem Yahushai. The water. Amyat. Aman. Take a look.
Who got it?
You. Yes.
Saluting out in the heavenly order. Yeah. Well, I'll call it Yashar.
Men of Israel.
Men of Israel. Imagine. Alright.
Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai. Rachno.
Kwam Yashar.
Kwam Yashar.
Kwam Yashar.
Kwam Yashar.
Kwam Yashar.
Kwam Yashar. Yashar.
Saluting out the daughters of Zion. Men of Israel. Elijah, Barak.
Yes, we're top. Dismiss. Voila. All right, Israel. Tuning in. See y'all on Monday.